Start! Start!
Hello and welcome to the stream that answers the question why will need get arrested. Today we are reacting to. Hey, thank you. Today we are actually reacting to like Hogwatch basically. Hold on, I need to increase the size of this for this side. Yeah. Nice. Also, Pookie, you're asking like the fact thing. I did add it. But the fact thing I added for bits because now if people want to use it, they won't overuse it. Remember last time we added the something like this for something like this with respect to like singing and sarin and everyone, and people kept overusing it over like a lot. So I switched it up a little bit. I just need people not to use too much of bits, I guess. So I'm just hoping people don't use too many bits to do the fact thing every 5 seconds. Hey Bliss, hey, how are you doing? Does my voice sound fine, or is it like needs some a little bit of a change? Do I look like a homeless guy? Like with the hair and shit? I don't know. I'm not really like facially prepared for a stream today. I'm tired. Mental exhaustion is a real thing, children. Mental exhaustion is a real thing. That's why I just wanted to chill. Just chill, just chill. Have you guys heard that song, by the way? Just chill. I don't know. Sarchu is hanging on here so much at this point. I may disappear anytime. No electricity since morning. Inverter is on the last stages of dying. Yeah, makes sense. LPG crisis is going to hit harder and harder. Like, it's going to be bad. Like, this is not going to be the last of it. Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure people are going to come on the streets. It's going to be that bad eventually. So they are trying to distract people while that happens. But by the way, have you heard the song Just Chill? I don't know if you have actually heard the song itself. Anyway, having said that, today is like I don't have much energy in me personally speaking. We are just going to watch about the Great Nicobar project. The Great Nicobar project is such a fucking blunder, I swear. I swear. It is so fucking stupid. The only reason they're doing it for Adani to have their own shit going on. Like it's just money extraction for Adani at this point. It's literally just money extraction. They are going to, maybe they're building their own version of Epstein files. You never really know. I don't know. This is literally for money extraction. This is not for like saving like Indian dominance over the Indian Ocean. There's so many different ways to do it. There are literally so many different ways to do it. This thing kills everything. Finally got power bank. Nice. Good for you, Pookie. Good for you. Anyway, let's just begin at this point. I don't know why we are waiting too much. I don't know, maybe more people to show up, I guess. We'll see. We will see. I really need a wake up. I need a fucking wake up call. like I'm not feeling very well these days. I need to get back. I need to do a lot more work in my life. Hold on. In your opinion, who is the most competent politician? In what aspect? In politics or as a purely based on skill and policy? Oh, with skill and policy, it's very hard. It's very hard. Like somewhere between Stalin and Pinarayi at this point. Like based on us just purely being a politician, Modi. No, if you're asking us success as a politician, that's Modi. Success as a politician, it is flat out Modi, no holds bar. That man is an extremely good politician. He has convinced as a like leader politician, like like it's too vague of a term to be like, okay, as a leader of the people, like collecting people and making them work for you. That's Anna Hazare. I'm talking about all the devils of Indian politics, but as a leader, see, define better what you mean as a politician. If you Modi is more successful than Donald Trump, yes, Modi is far more successful than Donald Trump as a politician. As a leader, Anna Hazare was far more successful. He got paid heavily by the RSS. He mobilized India to its basic doom. In politics, there are no people, only images, I guess. Yes, that is what matters. As a fascist as well. Yeah, exactly. Like, there are no better leaders in that scenario. There are no like Indian definition of a leader. As a politician, no one is better than Modi. I am sorry. Like, I fucking hate Modi. I say he's a fascist. I know he's a fascist. I know he's an evil person. But if you ask me the question, who's the best politician in India? It is him, because he became the Prime Minister of India on a policy of ruining India, on a policy of making his rich friends rich and not doing anything for the people, of harboring this capitalistic shithole ideology and putting it on India and turning India into a shithole, even a bigger shithole. So yeah, the best politician in India is Modi. Still has diehard followers? Yeah, exactly. Like, no matter the amount of LPG crisis, no matter the petrol costs going up, no matter India getting shit-faced internationally, not being trusted, he still has so many fucking followers that are very diehard. That is a good mark for a leader and a politician. Thank you for the posture check. I'm talking leader as in skills like communication skills, organization skills. Politics is just, that is still Modi. That is still Modi. Yeah, people are still following through demonetization. Exactly. Like communication skills, organization skills is still Modi. Like, why do you think he has diehard fans? See, a lot of times I understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from. A lot of times in Indian politics, especially in Indian politics, we tend to think of our enemies as idiots, as stupids, as I would only rank him, yes, because that's a bias, because you don't like Modi yourself. People in your family don't like Modi. The problem here is that when it comes to politics, especially about political communication with other people, we tend to rank people based on our own biases. We don't want to rank Modi higher because we know he's a bad individual when it comes to the entire strata, like whatever he has done up till now. We say like, oh, they are all idiots. They have no idea what they're doing. They have no idea how to run the government or what. We think like the consistent through line is always that these are fucking idiots. These are horrible people. These are bad people. That's why they're idiotic. They're stupid. They have no idea. But then you have to understand that, but when you get down those lines of thought, you are making yourself weaker, because then you don't concur with the shit that we are fighting against. Because these are not idiotic people. They have multitudes of advisors on how to navigate different topics. Yeah, they stumble here and there. They do shit that actually makes people hurt themselves, that actually kills people. But this is all a plan. This is all absolutely by design. They are smart enough to do all of this. Even for people outside of India, he gives a cuddly Santa vibe. Exactly. Dude, convince 85% that the rest 15 are danger to 85% or kitna skill chahiye. Yes, no, I'm being very serious. Don't laugh at it. Seriously, don't laugh at it. It is important to understand how he did it. The only way to counter any of his narratives is to take him seriously. I have an old video of YouTube saying, I love Modi when I was 4, lol. Yeah, make sure to delete it. It's not good for your father's image. Like, if he switches over to NDA in 2031, it's not good. Other than that, it's not good for your father's image. Take it down, seriously. Like, don't fall into this. Seriously, don't fall into this. Like, there's a reason why Rahul Gandhi is not as popular or as influential as it should be. He uploaded the video, Jesus Christ. I mean, that time your father was in politics, like BJP, so it makes sense. Let him, ask him to delete it. It's not good for him. Don't worry. Like, don't. Get it out. It is bad. Like, all people have to do is find that video, which is very easy to do, and they can derail your father's Jesus Christ, he doesn't have access. I guess I am like, it is going to be a pain in the ass for your father, just letting you know. Or if you ever come into politics, it's going to be a pain in the ass for you. They are going to keep referencing that video. Having said that, we have to be very careful on what we put out on the internet anyway. I know he has had like a million controversies. I mean, controversies in a way are good. Bro, I was 4. It doesn't matter, Pookie. It doesn't matter. You can be 4, you can be 10, you can be 2 months old. For people to go against you over certain topics, it really doesn't matter. It really fucking doesn't matter. They will use anything and everything to make sure that you do not get people's support. BJP is winning Bengal. What the fuck? Also, hi, Indian Experience. Sorry, we were not streaming on YouTube. I had decided not to stream on YouTube. I mean, are you talking about exit polls? Don't fucking think about exit polls. Exit polls are stupid. Exit polls are bought. So what are you talking about? Because I'm checking the news on the exit, BJP winning Bengal shit. Other than exit polls, I don't see anything. Or do you mean this is what you think? The only problem I have had when I was younger was in school, because it's a Muslim majority district and I live and my dad's BJP. Makes sense. I mean, you're a friend, thank you for the subscription to tier 1. Thank you so much for being subscribed for 2 months. That means a lot. Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you so much. I'm sorry, Pookie, for your troubles with that, but deserved. A little bit deserved. BJP is on a strike of murdering people on the street at this point, if your religion is Muslim. Kinda deserved. Yeah, it is an absolute fucking win. Friend of a friend, thank you for being here. Also, fuck, I forgot. I needed to text you about the editor. Can we speak about it right now if you don't mind? Because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna forget later as well. So I don't need ADHD, huh? Don't even begin. I have really bad ADHD, my friend. I have really bad ADHD. Like really terrible ADHD. If I do this, hold on. Oh, YouTube, perfect. I think everyone who comes to, and like most of my friends, people who come here are at least on the spectrum at the very least. I'm not even kidding. Hold on, I should do this. Hold on. Not transition, transform. Does this look normal to you now? What does ADHD feel like? Fuck, my stream is lagging. Yeah. So ADHD, like, hold on, let me just show you. Because you said it yourself. Pookie, by the way, cursing. Where is this? Where is this? So so you said, right, like you had like 6 Red Bulls, you don't remember shit anymore. All of that shit. Think of having multiple Red Bulls back to back. What the fuck? Like, what are you talking about, Pookie? Think of having multiple Red Bulls back to back. My Twitch isn't working. Okay. So, having ADHD is like drinking multiple Red Bulls, but without drinking multiple Red Bulls. Yeah, I did repeat it. I did repeat. I don't know, like the shit is back, I think. There is no back end to YouTube. Sorry, not what do you mean back end? There is no, like, there's a lag in YouTube. See, having ADHD is like, thank fuck YouTube exists. You forced me into this, Pookie. You forced me into this. Having said that, ADHD is like being an addict, constantly needing stimulation, constantly needing something or the else. Your brain feels tired, your brain feels unfocused. You like can't focus on a task, you keep getting distracted. There is no focus at all ever. No help, by the way, especially if you're Indian. You supplement the requirement for help with caffeine mostly. So you drink a lot of tea, coffee, Red Bull, you smoke, you drink, whichever. So basically just line PS3 cell processor. What? Dude, I don't understand computers. I am sorry. You're talking like Latin to me at this point. It's at the basic level, ADHD is a disability. No, I'm not going to research that. I have a lot other shit to research. Like, ADHD is a disability. ADHD is a disability. That's why a lot of times calling it even neurodivergence is wrong. Because, yeah, like, colloquially on Twitter, on YouTube, everyone calls it, look, I'm neurodivergent. No, like, sure, you can call yourself that if you want. But at the end of the day, it is a disability. It is a disability on concentration. It is a disability on your life. Like basically, like you get far more depressed as someone who might have had disability, like as compared to someone who may not have had the disability of ADHD. You stammer a little bit, what I'm doing right now. You are basically unable to function. Sarbo, hey, how are you doing? There you go. Pookie was just asking how it feels like to have ADHD. So I was trying to tell him. So I was going to the gym today. I got my gloves, wore my socks. Guess what? I forgot my towel. So I went back to get my towel, placed a glove and towel on the chair. I put my shoes and started driving to the gym. Halfway there, I was looking at my gloves and towel. So I drove back and it was two different places. That's ADHD. Yes, that is ADHD. That's one kind of ADHD. Yo, Kairos Rev guy. Okay. You cannot remember Sarbo as Kairos Rev. Tired from post, sick, popping, but feeling much better. Perf, that's nice. Come on. Also, I think Pookie, I don't think they use male pronouns. So yeah, that is a kind of ADHD. In my kind of ADHD, I just procrastinate going to, I use it that. Okay. I don't know how to use it that in a sentence, to be very frank with you. Not Cairo, Sarbo. Like sometimes can be okay, like sometimes food. Sorry, my bad. Okay. Don't worry about it. So this is such a, like, this is a problem of English, by the way. I'm not even joking. It's a problem of English. In Marathi and Hindi, you just use like they for everyone. Oh, like, you know, Sarbo, it sings. Okay, I'm gonna be very real nice. 100%, yeah. I don't know if I'm comfortable calling someone it. I don't even call animals it. I know I'm supposed to. I have heard all the arguments. What arguments? About what? I don't know the arguments for or against it. Why it feels odd calling me. Yeah, I know it. Like, I just never think it as a pronoun. No, yeah, I know it feels disrespectful. And to be honest, I don't use it as a pronoun personally speaking, because even when it comes to animals, I never use it. Like, I don't like if it is like it, I only use, even my brother didn't have it click for 2 years. Yeah, I know. So it's like when I'm using the pronoun, like I never use it as a pronoun. I use it like talking about a sentence, max. When I'm talking about, say, sarin or a dog, or even like in marine biology, when I'm working with animals, like fish or whatever, I never say it. Like, never. I have never used it to refer to even animals. That's what I'm trying to be like. I have never used it as a pronoun. I know it sounds weird. Like, this is very bad for like, this is a very bad thing when you're trying to speak English, because in English, animals are it. It's not weird. It is when you're doing your English classes in school. Guess who's back on Twitch? Fuck yeah. Nice. Hey, Waxing Philosophical, how you doing? So disrespect English all the time. Yeah, always. Like, you should have seen me giving like trying to teach English to Polish people. I was like, English is a fucking idiotic language. This was my first sentence coming in. Everyone was so happy. It's not weird for you to struggle with it. I mean, nice. YouTube sucks ass. YouTube absolutely does suck ass. That's why I stopped streaming on YouTube. This is why I stopped streaming on YouTube in the first place. Anyway, so as I was saying, like in school, when I was doing like the English Oh fuck, Twitch isn't working again. How about you force stop Twitch, clear the cookies, and then come back? The most illogical language ever, just made up as they go. Yeah, English is fucking made up. English is like a Frankenstein language among it. Like, hold on, let me just show you the presentation I was doing. Hold on, presentation. Where's my English presentation? Arctic on drugs, effects of pharmaceuticals, protecting presentation, introducing foreign genetics, transitional English, yeah. I'm on iOS, so can you not clear cookies on iOS? What the fuck is this? Hold on, let me just quickly show you this presentation. It is so fun. iOS is so fucking stupid, I know. Can you see this? This is my presentation on English. So like, this is just trying to explain what English is per se. I don't know if I can give the English lecture. So like, what is English? Badly spoken French, easier German, sexo-cultural renaissance, or modern Latin? Oh God, ban PPTs. This supposed to, like, I really don't know how to get the like feature, like presentation working in this per se, so forgive me. Then like, oh, an atom of a language. This is Frankenstein's monster, and this is language create. Like, English is basically my entire connection between all of this is like, I'm trying to tell the students that English is a Frankenstein's monster. It is it is a combination of all of different various languages, which is why you should not be scared of him. Like, which one is the correct Frankenstein? I was just making like a bisexual joke here. English is Angrezi and Englishtani. Yeah, exactly. Like this, both of them are still English and all of this sort. Context matters in English. It doesn't matter. What does it mean to I killed yesterday? This is basically my English lecture for students. That's how I give lectures. That's literally how I give lectures. Oh yeah, Pookie, do you know Ang Youngins? They tried to come to the stream. No, not stream. This is literally how I give these lectures. Like, my lectures are always fun. Mostly fun. Like, okay, I didn't show this. Probably I should have. I didn't show this, but I really should have. You know how I started this lecture? Hold on, I didn't show you the start of the lecture. I'm sorry. I should have showed you the start of the lecture. Yes, I'll pet, but give me a second. Yeah, I know I have blocked uploads. This is how I started the lecture. Why you should hate any Dolphinidae. This is how I start my lectures. What's best? Dolphinidae are God, and put the, like, oh Jesus, why is this here? But fine. Oh, no, sorry. I said put everything in trash, even the Dolphinidae, because my favorite fish ever is the whale shark. Also, by the way, these are not fish. Like, this is literally my favorite fish ever. This is literally my favorite fish ever. Look at this majestic being. Look at this majestic fucking being. Why everyone forgot Epstein files? No one forgot Epstein files. They were suppressed. What? Yeah, like Dolphinidae, and these are mammals. These are not fish. But this is the greatest fish in the world. I was talking about marine biology recommendations, who you should love. Whale sharks are the best. The lady whale sharks been saving in India when they're breeding and stuff. No, they are not saving whale sharks anymore. I'm sorry. Like, one of the issues I have with the port that they are trying to create is that they are going to kill them. Oh, I'm still gonna stick with Mola Mola. No, please, like, Mola Molas are fun. They are really fun. I was supposed to research them myself at once upon a time, but they are not as good as these majestic beings. Like, just look at it. Look at it. It is not just an amazing fucking fish. It is beautiful. Mola Mola is sunfish. Hold on, let me just show you quickly. These things. But they're so stupid. I love them. Mola Molas are like really stupid. I fucking love them. That's a sunfish. The reason why they're called a sunfish is they are sentient buffet tables. Yeah, they literally like go up to the surface. They'll see, they are like, remember making a fish as a child like this? Like, remember doing this as a child to be like, look, fishy, or like this? That's literally a sunfish. You can pet one. They are very nice. They are extremely bony, by the way. They are extremely bony. So they'll just like go on the surface of the water to bask in the sun for a very long time. And they sometimes jump out of the water, and sometimes they hit boats so hard. They hit boats so hard, they make boats like just sink. Oh, is that a sunfish? What is this? So, by the way, the PBS documentary on whale sharks are finally on the rise is... I have bad news. I didn't know they jumped and hit boats. Oh, they do. It is very fun. If you are ever off the coast of Ireland on a ship, which I was. No, PBS lied to me. No, PBS did not lie to you. It is not the complete story, because they might be like, it is not sustained. Because what these guys are trying to do is they're trying to remove the breeding and the feeding grounds of whale sharks within the southern side. Like, hold on, let me just show you. I need, Jesus Christ, I don't need all of this. I just need this image. So this is the Arabian Sea, right? Oh, you can't see my cursor. Hold on. I need to increase the size of the cursor. Hold on, guys. I'm so sorry. Text cursor thickness. No. Change mouse pointer display. Yes. Display mouse pointer. Pointer. How do I change the size of it? Like, can you see this mouse pointer? Yeah, I think this should be far more visible. Okay. Hey, Chusin. We missed you so much, by the way. We missed you so much. So, okay. So this region, if you can see, is Gujarat here. Hold on. Accessibility mouse pointer. Okay. Settings, accessibility, text size, mouse pointer and touch. Perfect. Size is bigger. Yeah. So, okay. Okay. Why is it not capturing correctly now? Okay, it increased the size, but only for me, which is stupid, but fine. Okay, guys, give me a second. Give me a second. I have to go quickly. You talked among yourself for a second. Chusen, we really missed you because there was a lot of situations where I was like, "Oh, Chusen is going to call me misogynistic." Jesus Christ! When I was here, I literally was about to piss my pants. I'm not even joking. Oh, fucking hell. Not even joking, I was about to piss my pants. Maybe X mouse button can work. Oh god, I'm glad you peed somewhere other than your pants. I know. Like there's a like the reason why I jumped out of this because of that. Pointers. Okay, fine. Maybe you can see this one. Yeah, this one is still a bit more visible. So close to having double stream. I mean, triple stream. We are also streaming on YouTube. Okay, so this is like this area is where they are testing for whale, like the whale sharks here, and this is the area within the Indus Fan and Murray Ridge here, which is where they come every year as breeding, because whale sharks are migratory. That's the breeding ground. Yes, this is the breeding ground. Like this entire area is the breeding ground. The increasing here is perfectly okay. But the problem that they are not understanding is, especially within the Greater Nicobar Islands, is that this is not the only place they live. They move across this whole area towards the 19 East Ridge, which is here, and Andaman Basin, Nicobar Islands here. So like they move this entire region over the course of the year. This is a breeding ground here in Marangao, Calicut, which is an upwelling. All of this is an upwelling here, which is like here exactly. Like Lakshadweep is an upwelling. Upwelling means because waters coming in from multiple sides, like the Indian Ocean and Arabian Sea, all of this becomes an upwelling. Upwelling just means like water coming from both sides, banks together, moves up, which makes this area around here extremely nutrition rich. So while Diu Daman coast and like the Gujarat is good for breeding, this is good for food. Similar to the Malacca Strait here, it is good for food. Is this about El Nino? No. This is not about El Nino. This is about water movements within the Indian Pacific, like Indian Ocean, Arabian Sea, Bay of Bengal. I'm talking about like our like deer fishes, like whale sharks. Why do you know all this? I am a marine biologist. Like y'all don't, like I keep yapping about how I'm a marine biologist. You, like people like, okay, I do work with the Arctic, but like I am also learned in a lot of different aspects around the world because we have to know all of this. Like I know about my country's water movements and my favorite fish, how they breed. Anyway, so they all move around here because this is an upwelling region here. Sri Lanka, like the edge within the Bay of Bengal and the Indian Ocean, is an upwelling over here around Sri Lanka. That's why you can also find them here, and especially within Andaman and Nicobar near the Strait of Malacca, this is also an upwelling here, which means these are extremely rich zones. That's why there are corals here as well. There's a reason why all of this building of the the port is so bad, because all of this is going to affect the fisheries of the entire region of Bay of Bengal and Indian Ocean, because fish are inherently migratory. I mean, not all fish, some fish, but like most of the fish that we eat from the ocean are migratory. So whale sharks come here for having food. Whales come here for having food. They might not be banging here, they might be banging here, but they eat here. It's perfect because I collect ocean facts for my therapist because she loves it so much, especially sea turtles. Oh, do you want sea turtle facts? Her dream is to experience a whale fart in real life. Oh, they are amazing. Knowing all the dangers, I know. By the way, which whale fart are we talking about? Birds are migratory too? Yes, birds are migratory too, and they kind of follow the same routes, more or less. But the thing that I'm blue, I believe. No, not blue whale fart. I'm talking there's different kinds. But I think any would do for her. Like she can just start following whales then. Like there's a lot of whale watching going on. Like I wouldn't say go diving with whales, but there are ways to encounter them. But you have to be very careful. You have to be very careful. You have to have multiple levels of diving certifications, research diving certifications, and all of that. Oh, she does. She still has to help me and my brain. Ah, okay. Why can't we dive with whales? Because when people start diving with whales, they start touching the whales. Not because it's big. The whales will avoid you. They just don't like being touched. There are people who want to go dive with whales, touch them, like put their hands on their blowholes and shit like this. I am not kidding. There is multiple. What are you drinking? I am drinking Fizz Up Cola Original. It's a Polish company. That's what I'm drinking. Unless you have to save them and have no other choice. Yeah, you have to save them. And people, like, I don't give a shit about people. People can go fuck themselves. The point is, people harass marine wildlife a lot. Like, there's an issue in Andaman Nicobar Islands specifically. So Andaman Nicobar Islands are one of its non-BDS look like coke to me. Yeah. See, I don't do anything on the BDS list. I don't eat anything from the BDS. I don't buy anything from the BDS list. Like, complete boycott. Personally speaking, I have a complete boycott on everything on the BDS list. Like, just no. Like, if I am forced into getting something on the BDS list, if I'm forced to get something like an appliance, I tend to buy second hand, in which case it is allowed. Like, I don't know, but it's like not a lot of things on the BDS list are actually like second hand worthy, so it doesn't really matter. But fine, whatever, you get the point. Like, okay, as I was saying, within the Andaman Nicobar Basin in general, there's a lot of dugong population. My friend worked for the forest department for a while, and a whale with her baby washed ashore. She went He went to make sure no one bothered them and the baby moved around and mama until the water washed up enough to let them get back to the ocean and they were safe. Oh, that's sweet. But yeah, that is also a problem. People should not be going near whales if they get washed up. Even if they are like, oh my god, they're going to die, don't go near at all. One of the issues with whales, especially when they wash up, is that they explode. I'm not kidding. Whales explode. Story of a blown up whale. Yeah. No, whales explode. Like, because internal pressure builds up because of the sun. And they literally explode from the inside out like a ticking bomb. Anyway, as I was saying, one of the reasons why the Nicobar Islands, the project here is bad is because all of this is also a protected dugong zone. There are dugongs in India. People don't know that. And these dugongs are one of a kind. The Indian dugong and the Indian sea cow are one of a kind. They are all dying, especially because of tourism. Fuck tourism. I don't like tourism. You can't get all of this shit back, by the way. If it's gone, it's gone. If it's gone, it's gone. You cannot get this shit back. That's why the project needs to be stopped. I don't like, they want to build like a lavish project for Adani and Ambani to basically get more money from, but we have to start thinking about the environment as well. And not just the environment. Like, look, this upwelling zone here around, not the manatees. Yeah. Sorry, manatees and dugongs are different. Like, I like dugongs a bit more, but there's manatees as well here. There's like 6 different kinds of dugongs and like 11 different kinds of manatees or something. Both are here and they are all going to die. Also, there's one more thing, like especially for the economists here, for people who do not understand why it is important to save animals. Like for the economists, this area is an upwelling zone. This area is an upwelling zone as well, but this is dying because of human trash. Look at that. There's a Gulf of Hormuz. Yeah, exactly. Tourism fucks so much up. I know. I've been thinking about the sea life in Strait of Hormuz. Oh, it's nearly not extinct. The Strait of Hormuz sea life is nearly extinct. Like there is a Persian, like over here in the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea, there is still a, like there is within on the inner parts of this here, within the inner parts of this, there is still sea life which is being protected. I am not kidding. They're actually protecting this. But within this trade area, it is completely gone. Within like the Oman Basin, it is completely gone. There's a good spots here for diving here and here and here. But like beyond those spots, there is not much left because of all of the oil drilling and on the oil spills that happen. Anyway, for the economists in this, for people, if economists will ever watch this, this entire region here and here, do you see the lighter color? Do you see the depth going up till 2000 to 1000? Like up till 2000 depth is here and here. Do you see that? That is the photic zone. The photic zone means here the planktons, which are extremely important, are the ones that grow, which means a lot of fish come here as a breeding ground. Which do fish do come here? The fish that come here for eating, breeding, and making more puppies for themselves, like we call them fry. In general, there are multiple ways you can just call them fry. All of the fry that are produced here, all of the fish are from here. All of the mesopelagic fish that we eat come here to breed. So what happens when you build a big ass port here? Take a guess. What happens when you make a big ass port over here? What happens when you make a big ass port? This is a very important upwelling zone. See the depth range here. It is from 2000 to 1000. What happens when you build a big ass port that leaks oil? That has tourism, that has sunscreens. What happens to the upwelling zone when all of this pollution is entered into the stream? Yes, the fishing industry collapses. The entire fishing industry of Bay of Bengal, or at least part of it, is dependent on this Andaman basin. They want to build a port to transport and tourism for the people, like for the people that pay for Modi. They want to build like Maldives here so Adani can make money out of it. But people don't understand. The Bay of Bengal fisheries is dependent on the Andaman Basin as just as much. What are people going to do if Tamil Nadu, Orissa, are they not going to fish? Garlo Mango, hi, thank you for coming. Are they not going to fish? People of even Kerala, like not Kerala per se, but people from Telangana, what are they going to do? They're not going to fish. Like there's Bangladesh here as well. Myanmar people depend on this. This one port is going to cost an international level crisis within Bay of Bengal because of the drop in fisheries. All of these people here depend on pelagic fishing. This is called pelagic fishing. When you're off the continental shelf, like the 2100 zone, all of this is the continental shelf. Like this negative 2359 here, which is the average mean depth here, is called the pelagic zone. All of these pelagic fisheries depend on this continental shelf zone to breed and eat when they are young. All of this is important for all of this here, where the fishing goes on. Can I walk on the pelagic zone? Yes, you can walk on the pelagic zone, but it is 2 kilometers down. If you get proper scuba gear, and actually you can't go up till like you can go up till like 2000 meters, I think, with scuba gear. There you can walk on the land, but not in this area. The water pressure will crush you. You're not built for it, I'm sorry. Like, what is the deepest we have reached by scuba diving? I just don't know that off the cuff of my head. It's okay, 332 meters. So you can't, 300 meters. So you can walk on the continental shelf. You can't walk on the pelagic zone. The pressure will literally crush you. Forget pressure. Forget the pressure crushing you. Literally, I'm not even kidding. The oxygen in your tank will become poisonous because it will fill up so much nitrogen in your blood. You will have the bends like inside like 1000 meters negative. Washer. Sure. Hold on. I have a shit for this. Where is this?
Did you wash your ass today?
So, Pajero, did you wash your ass? I go wash my body, you wash your ass. So I would die without feeling asphyxiation. No. You will feel asphyxiation, by the way. You will feel all of that. You will get... you will literally start hallucinating. Wash your dupa. Oh, do you speak Polish? It's terrifying. No, it's absolute. Oh, because dupa means ass in Polish. Dupa means ass in Polish. It is absolutely terrifying what would happen in that crushing. Like, so one of the things I am trained kind of like, because I'm a scuba diver as well. One of the things that they train you in is how to notice nitrogen poisoning. I know kurva and dupa. That's it. Okay. So one of like it just means fuck, and that just means ass. So one of the things that they train you in is like noticing like nitrogen toxicity. Nitrogen toxicity basically is like you start giggling to yourself like everything is funny. You want to remove your regulator. You're like, oh, I'm so chill. I'm just just walking around here without anything. Your fun fact: your only registers when there is too much CO2. If you're in a room, some other gas, you would just breathe normal until you fell asleep and died. No panic, no choking feeling. Exactly. The reason I know it is very dark. I'm not going to tell you that story. That's what I thought. Yeah. Like, you will literally die of nitrogen poisoning because, see, at higher pressure, a lot more nitrogen, oh, that's why. The death is very bad. Like, you wouldn't choke per se, but it wouldn't be nice either because your eyes will start bleeding. See, as the depth increases, as the pressure on your body increases, more and more nitrogen gets dissolved in your blood. Because even if you don't personally feel the pressure of the water, your body, your arteries feel it because we're constantly under pressure. Like, there's like, I think, a 4-ton weight on your body right now because of just air pressure. When you go down in water, more and more pressure constricts on you. More and more pressure will constrict on your body, which ends up being far more to keep the nitrogen separate from your blood vessels. There's a name for this phenomena. I forgot. It's called the bends or nitrogen toxicity. It's called the bends. Like, at least in diving, we call it the bends. But there's like a scientific term for it. I forgot as well. Decompression sickness, DCS. Yeah, sorry. How did I forget that? I can handle 4 tons. I can't handle pelagic zone. No, but the pelagic zone is a lot more. The pelagic zone is the entire pressure of the water column above your head and below you and to the side. Because water pressure water pressure pressurizes you from all sides together. It is far, far, far more. Like, the pressure increases by 10-fold every 10 meters. That much. So, not even 10 meters, 10 feet. So what happens here is that, like, it is like the pressure increases by like a power, not like it's not a multiplier, it's a power. So what happens is more and more nitrogen gets mixed up with your blood. More and more nitrogen gets pressurized into mixing. So, and when that happens, it passes through your blood-brain barrier. You get nitrogen toxicity very fast. You have to be very careful. You have to be very careful, especially when you're diving. You have to be trusting of your partner. Never, like, on that point, never go diving alone. Never go diving alone. That is the worst thing you can do, is to go diving alone. It doesn't matter. You might have 1,000 dives under your belt or 1,000,000 dives under your belt. Never go diving alone. There are so many different cases where people have literally died while entering the water, not even in the water, because they had no help, because they started diving alone, because they got overconfident. One thing that you always have to do is tell the ship, like boat master, because you need someone on the board, obviously. Even if you have no one on the board, if you're going diving as a two partner, but you have like, oh, just my friend on the board and we are going to anchor the boat, fine. Just let the Coast Guard know that you're diving. And this is the time you are expected to come back. So they can at least start the search for you, at least for your dead body. Like, diving is an extremely dangerous sport. People don't realize it. You're in a situation that is completely foreign. You're not meant to breathe water. At best, you're meant to swim on the surface, not at the bottom. So you have to be careful. Sorry, the TLDR, all of that is just trying to be a good diver and a good talking about diving in general. Like, also, if you can, don't go for diving with like the groups. Like laser, like if you go to like Marmagao, if you go to Netrani, especially in India, if you go to like Goa for diving, learn how to dive. Don't go with the tourist group. Tourist groups, they bait. They put bait around so fishes will come and like will fly over you and like go around you. That is extremely bad. That is horrible for the fishes, for the environment. Just if you are going to dive, just go through a package. Take your introductory course from, you can go for PADI or you can go for the SSI or whichever. Doesn't matter. Just learn how to dive if you want to dive. Don't go without. Bro, kabhi skydiving karoge life mein? If I have the money for it, I will do skydiving. I'm like, I don't really mind, but it takes a lot of money to skydive. But listen, see, I don't want to skydive with someone sticking on my back. So I would like, if I'm skydiving, I'll just go directly learn how to skydive and do it alone and be like, oh, that's my first dive then. That is skydiving, like all of these sports, I would rather do them myself without a person holding my nape or something. If we get like, I think money from either the stream or my work, I would go skydiving. I would never though. I mean, it is your choice. See, I'm not going to force anyone to do anything they don't want to do. Like, again, let me be very clear. All of this is a choice. No one should be able, like, if, like, one of the first things I was taught in scuba diving, never get forced into scuba diving. Similar skydiving. If you feel you can't do it, just say it out loud. There is no shame, nothing in saying no. At the end of the day, if you go scuba diving, if you go for diving of any kind, and if you feel uncomfortable doing it, if you feel like uncomfortable in the water, first of all, you're not going to enjoy it. Second of all, you're going to die. That is like, I don't want to be doom and gloom like, oh, exposure therapy is the best and all. We are not talking about exposure therapy here. If someone is forcing you to dive, that is a bad thing. I think it takes relax for skydiving in Thailand. Yeah, I know it is expensive. It is very expensive. I don't have that kind of money. I'm sorry. Like if we ever take off, like people are like, maybe then someday if I have enough. But then again, having said that, I don't like tourism per se. I don't enjoy tourism. I don't do tourism as much as I can. I avoid it as much as possible. I avoid tourism because tourism is inherently a very negative thing. Tourism puts a lot of pressure on the environment, whatever it may be. So, like, I don't enjoy tourism per se. Favorite river on the map? This map? Oh, I love the Godavari. Like, I'm not even kidding. I love the Godavari. I really like Kaveri as well. I really like Kaveri as well, but like both of these, I love them for the name of it. Just the name. Like, I literally love them for the name. Nothing else. I like the name Godavari. I like the name Kaveri. Kaveri reminds me of like Swadesh for some reason, the movie. If I ever get to travel, I want to travel to where friends, not to tourists. Yeah, exactly. Kaveri is a pretty name. Yeah, Kaveri is a very pretty name. Also Godavari. Like, I love Indian names. Like, Indian names are the best sometimes. Love like rivers. Like, who the fuck is, like, who's going to hate the name Brahmaputra? Like, it has so gravitas. Brahmaputra has such a gravitas in the fucking name as compared to like Yangtze. Like, who gives a shit about Yangtze? And a good mouthfeel. Exactly. Like, I don't like Krishna as a name for a river, by the way, just to be clear. Like Godavari. It's like your entire mouth is used to speak Godavari. And like it feels warm and nice in your mouth. It's like a good dick. Kaveri also is such a nice and flowy name. It's a really good. Kaveri is such a good exercise for the tongue. I'm gonna stop. Narmada, I don't like Narmada. Narmada is like blah, blah, blah. Like you have to do blah, 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 like move your blah, 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 Narmada. Like there's a lot of I don't like. Like in my opinion, names like this should be flowing. Like because a river flows, the word needs to flow. Only exception I give to Brahmaputra, because Brahmaputra is an extremely flooding river. It keeps flooding, which is why it needs gravitas, because it is inherently threatening. Godavari doesn't flood, Kaveri doesn't flood. But when they don't flood, they are like completely smooth. Like the word flows. Godavari, Kaveri. Like the R sound is at the end, suggesting the vibrations you feel within a river when you're listening to a river, while the initial is like the source of the river, that is smooth but still solid, moving through your mouth and coming forward with it. Godavari is the same. Like I don't like Krishna for the reason, like Krishna start with a k. I don't like that. Narmada is like it's in the middle, like habitable. It's Poda Nadi. What's Poda? Bharat Punj is dry most of the time. Bharat Punj? Or do you mean Brahmaputra? Because I don't know that name. I'm sorry. He's the second longest in Kerala. Okay. I'm sorry. I don't know that name. I've always lived near rivers, but my current river name sucks. Oh, I'm sorry. I used to live in Pune, so I have the Mula and Mutha. They are like two sisters. So I used to live near rivers as well. Pauda lotus in Bengali. Okay. By the way, did you know lotus is like an invasive species in India? Not even kidding. Willamette pronounce Willamette. Willamette. Okay. Yeah, lotus is an invasive species in India. Italy's longest name is literally 2 letters. Okay. Like for a lot of longest river. I mean the longest river is Nile. Like BJP, I'm not speaking like, hold on. I'm not speaking as in BJP. I'm speaking as in like let me be clear. BJP is very invasive as well, and that's why like their thing is lotus, because like these lotuses are very invasive. As the pond lotus is a very invasive species of animal, like plant. That's why it's the symbol of BJP. Yes, exactly. That is what I keep trying to say. It is a very invasive kind of species. It chokes out. So one thing you have to understand about a lotus is, the bloom is just for show. The actual plant that grows below chokes out every other thing within the pond. It collects, like it switches off sunlight for everything underneath the surface of the pond, and everything under it dies except of the lotus. Yeah, it smothers everything in the pond except of really bad bacteria. Lotus isn't even pretty. Yeah, I know. It is a very destructive plant. It is very telling that it is a symbol of someone as bad as the BJP. I'm gonna clip that just to be clear. Sounds very much like BJP. Yeah, I know. It is very much like like the connections just keep happening. Lotuses are very bad for ponds, especially. They cover everything. They take over the entire pond. Nothing can live under it. That requires sunlight, which means there are no planktons growing, which means any fish have no food, like none. only really. What about rose lily? Chokes the fish. Yeah, chokes the fish. There's like I'm not. I don't remember rose lily. I don't remember this plant. I'm sorry. Soya plant is also bad. Yeah. See, a lot of these plants that are being cultivated that are not originally from the location they are being cultivated, it is bad. All of these are invasive. Like the Rosalie looks bomb as hell. Yeah, it does. It does. Which was this American? Hold on. Invasive flowers. I know this. I forgot. Like, what is the name of this? Like, have you seen this? Seen this plant here? This is an extremely invasive plant. I have been seeing this all my life. They are very. Like, Indians in chat are going to see this plant. Like, they are going to remember this plant. No, because this is an American plant, by the way. This is an American plant. I'm surprised that you haven't seen this, but this is an American plant. They were planted in India because apparently Indian plants weren't pretty enough for American and British people. So this is an extremely invasive plant, especially in India. So if you see this growing, please kill it. Please kill this plant. Trust only those who wear Scuba Pro. No, Indian. We have so many plants for Americas cause of Portuguese trade and colonization. Yes. Fucking Brits. I know it's always the Brits. A lot of more in the forest. Yeah. By the way, I wanted to ask this to people because it's something I feel. I don't know if you do. So I just want to see if this is like an ADHD thing, or is this like an autism thing, or is this like a normal person thing? Colonists go to other places just to try to make it look like. Did I tell you about California and why it burns? Why California fires happen? Anyway, so I just wanted to ask you this. Guys. I really wanted to ask you this. Okay, I'll tell you in a second. Like, do you feel smells? Can you feel smells? Like, olfactory reception, when you smell something, the smell is registered as a feeling, like a physical feeling. Yeah, lavender is very painful. Yeah, something like that. Because when I smell, for example, this plant, for example, it is extremely prickly, the smell. When I am smelling like something like a fungus, it is hairy. When I smell like an, let's say mango, it is very soft. Like I can feel the smell on me, in my brain and on me. Maybe like that's what I wanted to ask, because my partner does not say that. Like partner says smell is a smell. I am on the other hand, I feel the smell a lot better. That's synesthesia or something. I think synesthesia is about words, but I do feel words as well. I see flavors as colors. Yes, me too. But for like that is something that's synesthesia, I think. Yeah. I'm trying to Google it for some reason. Thank you. Sorry, I'm bad with spellings. Sensory pathway leads to involuntary consistent experience in secondary unrelated pathways. Yes, texting colors, hearing sounds as shapes. Yeah, so okay, I have this. I have this really badly. Yeah, so flavors are colors and feelings. smells are like physical feelings. It's a very broad thing and can be different depending on the person. I have it a bit bad because of this, because it happens to me even with smells you're not supposed to be smelling. You're flexing your superpowers, maybe. Like, it's not a superpower. I think it's an autism thing. Like, there are smells that like normal people don't register, which I do, but I register them as feelings. Like, this is so, like, I don't know if this is like fucking weird of me to say. Inability to voluntarily create mental images. I'm so sorry. This apple tastes green. Yes. Like, some apples just, you know, like I love a green apple because it tastes cool. I don't know how to explain that. Like, it tastes like a light greenish, bluish feeling of chill coolness. A green apple, but a red apple is just bland and like rubs me the wrong way. Like, a red apple is very rough. A green apple is very sharp and cool. I like the feeling. I feel like the feeling of sharpness. I don't like the feeling of roughness. I think we have this plant in Himachal. Yes, so this plant is like, if you see this plant, remove it. Brains are wired to keep you sane and safe, so some wires get crossed as you grow up, especially when growing up with intense trauma. Yeah, makes sense. So, like, this is going to sound very weird. But and this is going to sound extremely misogynistic and ew. Because choosing is here, I have to say misogynistic shit. I think. But like, I like 96% of the time I can tell if someone is either having their period or they're either like pregnant, because I have a certain smell which normal people don't register, and it registers as a feeling. Yeah, there are pheromones, yeah, and they register as feelings, which is, I can, like, at this point of time, my partner doesn't even, wait, that's real? Yes, that's real. My partner doesn't even check her like calendar or something if she's going to have her periods or not. She asks me like, hey, do you think I'm going to have my period? I'm like, yes or no. I'm correct like 96% of the time. No, it is olfactory. It is completely olfactory. The lady who can smell Parkinson's disease even before someone has gotten diagnosed. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes cows eat it and people say it's not good. I'm sure cows eat what? Fun fact, my mother was a Jyotish, like, quote unquote. She used to do that shit. It's known as Falnu something. What do cows eat? The plant. Yeah, so the thing is, if you find this plant, remove it. It is a invasive species. Kill it. Kill it with fire. Not even kidding. This plant also smells kind of fresh but very prickly. I'm a Jyotish. Yeah, you're a Jyotish chosen. That should be your name, because choosing a username is annoying. You should be Jyotish. Baba Papak is telling you you're a Jyotish now. There's so much of it, lol. Yeah, just burn it with fire. I know, but she can't choose a name for herself anyway, so might as well. Baba Papak's giving you blessing. Go, you are Jyotish now. I'm doing your ghar wapsi. Now I'm curious for Jyotish in a fun way, not a serious way. Yeah, Jyotish literally means like psychic, by the way, for people who don't know. Jyotish means psychic. Like stars and charts and stuff. Yeah, astrologer. No, astrologer, yeah, they also dabble in astrology, but they're not technically astrologers. You can be a Jyotish without doing astrology. Which sounds weird, but you can. It's kind of like a psychic. Like it is like a mixed bag of things. Kashmiri surname Zutshi Jyotish. Like there's Jyotish is a surname as well, right? Hold on. Oh, it's a caste. Shakadvipa or Shakaldvip, hence referred to as Shakaldvip Brahmins. The more you know. Your Google search looks different from mine. Yes, mine is curated. I am very careful with Google. Also, because it's not American, it is very different. Like, I am very careful with the shit I do with respect to like advertisements and all of that. Everything is deleted like regularly. Like all of the data I request and delete just in case. Because like I'm very Googleable, right? Like I'm literally very Googleable. My face is everywhere. Like you just have to, like everything here is moi now and like the Pope. But so I like, once I told a girl she would get pregnant because other clients had a crush on her. What? My other client had a crush on her boyfriend. And I told the other client, don't worry, your love will break up soon. Everything worked out perfect. That's amazing. That is so cool. That is so cool. You should definitely choose. Okay, listen. If you're such a Jyotish, why couldn't you choose her name? Aren't Jyotish supposed to know everything? Like seriously, aren't Jyotish supposed to know everything? Thank you for gifting a sub to Hasra, Sarbo. Thank you so much. No nudies, no nudies. Please use your Jyotishi powers and please name yourself, because I knew you would suggest me on smart. By the way, remember I told you not to use your actual name on Discord? You do realize you do still use your actual name everywhere else? Unless that is a pseudonym itself. Just saying. I just wanted to bring this up to you because I think if you choosing name is hard on Discord, your actual name comes up. I don't know if you know this. It's fine. Who cares? As an actress, I won't come up. I'm like good. I'm just worried about people. Not Hasra, not you. No, because I'm generally worried about like people doxing themselves because when Pookie came in for the first time, he kept doxing himself every 20 minutes. I have entire sections of YouTube videos that were completely removed because Pookie kept doxing himself. He just had no filter whatsoever. Like just based on because listen, he is kind of like someone who's like his father is kind of important. So not you, Pookie cookie fart. So I have just decided on like whoever comes in here, I'm just going to give them a PSA about getting doxed. Astrology se yaad aaya, dude, people here in Himachal, including my family and relatives, are superstitious as fuck. Yeah, that's everyone. That is literally everyone. I'm not even kidding. My father thinks he's an astrology god. Oh, Pookie actually name, not honorific. Yeah. Like, I'm not even kidding. My father thinks he's an astrology god. he will be like, I can tell everyone about everything based on whole Hindu society. Yeah, like my father thinks he can tell everything about everyone based on their astrology sign. Like he couldn't tell like his son was suffering his entire life, but he apparently can tell about everyone. He used to blame all of my faults on my astrology sign, saying, oh, you're not ADHD. Like he didn't have the words for ADHD, but he would be like, you are weak, you're jobless. Like not jobless, I was like a child, but he would like tell me that I am good for nothing, lazy, completely emotionless because I'm Pisces. I'm not Pisces. I'm atheist type Hindu, so I don't like this thing. My family gets angry. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that the families get very angry when you push back on their astrology shit. Like, they would rather be very happy if you push back on their lifestyle rather than their astrology, which is very fucking weird. What's your sign? So, like, sun sign or moon sign? Which one do you want? I'm a Scorpio born in the year of the rat. Oh, cool. I was born in the year of the rat as well. My Chinese signs make a lot more sense to me, to be fair, because hey Slurpee, how you doing? What did I come back to? A lot of shit. I rat bros, I know. Gemini and rat, perfect. Everyone is the same year as me, nice. Everyone is the same age as me. Rat, I know. Also, by the way, choose in. Do you want my sun, moon, Venus? Okay, my sun sign is Leo. My moon sign is Pisces. It is debatable what my moon sign is, because like what my friend in Poland did was, she said my moon sign is not Pisces. It's Virgo or something. But whatever. But I was born at like 11:30 or something at night. Venus, I don't know Venus. What a Venus sign is. What is a Venus sign? Let's take this right now. Okay, I'm gonna just do this a little bit, like born date, because it is important. I'm gonna check my Venus sign. Hold on. Oh, you're an ox? Nice. There's a moon sign as well. Yes, there's a moon sign as well. I was nearly... Hold on. My moon sign is... You have Venus in Gemini. Symbol glyph a 2. Your Venus sign following degrees. I don't know what this means. I'm a Scorpio Sun, Gemini Moon, Scorpio Venus. So I am basically Leo Sun, Pisces Moon, Gemini Venus. Does that make sense? I don't know what any of this means. All I know is thank you for the hydration. I'm gonna drink. Yes, I actually need to. And then I'm gonna be so early. We are supposed to talk about Sham Sundar, but this is so much more interesting than Sham Sundar, because anything in life is more interesting than Sham Sundar Sarma. Shabak. That doesn't make sense at all. Makes sense. I don't believe this, but I think it's cool and fun. Yeah, I mean, it's fun to talk like this, like randomly. Hold on. The reason why I like Leo as my sign because of fairy tale. Ta-da! He looks so cool. I am INFP. Oh, nice. Hold on. What are like the INFP characters? No, hold on. What was the thing for it? What is the thing called? I know I did the test one. I hold on. I need to find the test. Oh, this thing here. So I know. I'll tell you which one I am. I am supposed to be ENTP, I guess, or here somewhere. What is okay? So choosing Myers-Briggs types, yeah. MBTI. What is MBTI? Where is MBTI? Is it MBTI there? I don't think it's there. They sometimes give me INFP, sometimes INTP. I get this. I get in the first row, like this one. Bro, you should stop saying I don't care when I do. Myers-Briggs test is the name of the whole thing. Okay. They sometimes gives you INTP, INFT. I don't know what. What do they mean anyway? Do you want to take one right now? Sir, short form of Myers-Briggs. Okay, I get it. I get it. Do you want me to take one right now? Just cause. I kind of want to. I am Sun, Scorpio, Moon, Capricorn, Moon, and Sagittarius, Venus. You have the same sign. You have the same kind of the same, like, no, not like my grandfather was Sagittarius. That's all I know. Do rice purity instead. What is rice purity? Rice purity, like the doing microscopic rice purity, where you put a rice shell in under a spectrophotometer and then check the purity of the rice if there are any heavy metal stuff within the rice grain, and then after you do like a few hundred, you can estimate how much purity of the rice is present. That rice purity, I can do that rice purity very nicely. Aztecs, there is Aztec zodiac. No, I found it. Rice purity. How innocent are you or not? Okay. Oh yeah, I'm a fucking nerd. Okay, held hands, yes. Been in a relationship, yes. Been in a relationship, yes. Posture check, thank you. Dance without leaving a room for Jesus? Oh, definitely. Kissed a family, a friend? Yes. Member on the lips? Yes. French kiss? Yes. Kissed in public? Yes. Necked on kiss? Yes. Kissed horizontally? Yes. Given or received a kiki? Yes. Can we get back to politics? No. Kiss someone below the belt? Yes, more than a lot of times. Kiss for more than 2 hours? Yes. Played a game involving stripping? Yes. Seen or been seen as a person sexual? Yes. Masturbate? Yes. Yes. While someone else? Yes. Yes. Masturbate? Technically, yes. 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 Gone through the motions of intercourse? Yes. Member of preferred sex? Yes. 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 I mean, I don't have breasts. Oh, fondle. Okay. Yes. 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 So, yes. 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 Technically. Yes. 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 Technically. Are we sure? Like, what is this test anyway? How do I say check all and we can remove the ones that I haven't done? Yes, yes, yes. Even mammals had breasts. This is anti-mammalian hate won't be allowed. I know. What do you think Michael Jackson's 93 case and allegations? Thank you. I don't like, there is so much doubt on this at the point of time. Kicked a roommate out to commit sexually. Yes. Okay, I'm just going to say yes to everything and then we can go to the things I haven't done. Oh, I actually haven't run from the police yet. Or had police question me. I have never been arrested, sad, or convicted of a crime or felony, committed an act of vandalism, had sexual... How is this not sexual intercourse? Okay, this is just such a basic ass test. I fucking swear. Like I used to fucking love this. I'm not even joking. I have never really joined the Mile High Club. I am so sorry, guys. I am too big for those bathrooms. No, actually not this one. There's also this. What's a crime? Oh, I know this one. What is a crime? Mile High Club is a crime? Yes. Travel 10,000 miles for the primary purpose of. I mean, no. I haven't traveled 100 or more miles for the primary purpose of an intercourse. I don't like tourism. Yes. 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 Like, sad to say, almost always. Had an STI due to reasonable suspicions? Yes. I didn't have an STI ever. Had a threesome? No. I haven't had. No. Access sexual intercourses with two or more? No, actually. I have been very. Sex in public is not a crime. Yes. 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 Multiple times. I do not have children. No. Paid or been paid for a sexual act? No. Yes. Ew. Ew. 18. I don't know what that means. Am I supposed to... Who hasn't done most of this? I know, right? It just means you're, I guess, less rice score than me. Not pure. Yes, neither of us are pure. Did you get arrested, Sarbo? This is I think I remember this from once upon a time. By the way, you clicked yes to cocaine and heroin and LSD. I know. You're pure. I think you just feel sad. Like, what the fuck you wanna be pure for? Done a lot of sex stuff. Nice. I mean, the only thing. Oh, you might have had a threesome. Yeah, makes sense. I haven't yet. Oh, and a good amount of drugs, I know. Yeah, bunch of threesomes. Oh, nice. Uh-oh, modded. I don't know who modded you. I didn't mod you. Sex in public should be a crime. Why? Why do you want to hate on us? It was auto-modded? Ah, okay. Sad. Why should sex in public be ever a crime? Yeah, how is it like? Genuinely asking. I never had it. Wanted to experience it eventually. But how was it? Does it get boring because like you have to do you have to focus on a lot of things? Because it just feels. Oh, Kairos is great. Thank you for coming here. Thank you so much for coming. We are talking weird shit right now. It's too much work. Yeah, that makes sense. That is the only problem like I was thinking of having with it. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. We are talking about weird shit again. We are talking about super weird shit. We have not gotten into politics at all today. We're talking about sexual encounters and rice purity tests, and I'm supposed to apologize for doing harder shit in my life. How is it going, dear raiders? Sarbo coming in from both sides of the raid. Nice. This is all strange with started with pelagic zones. Yeah, I was trying to explain to people what a pelagic zone is. I was trying to explain to people how the pelagic zone within Indian context is super important and why lots of news about Iran, America, etc. Nice. We were talking about like the new port that they're trying to build and how it's going to. Also, we played Warhammer. Oh, that's cool. I always wanted to get into Warhammer. Then I derailed it. No, I think you didn't derail it. Don't worry about it. This is still, as long as it's entertaining for now, it is good. Because we were literally talking about, like, I was explaining like the differences in pelagic zones. No hammer frame. Oh, okay. Then I don't want to play it. Sorry. We're having nice chat. Yeah. Also trying to teach people of marine biology and how the new seaport in Andaman Nicobar that is technically being made to block the Strait of Malacca is going to extremely harm everything in this region and kill the fisheries as a whole. Because this is an upwelling zone, people. Guys, this is an upwelling zone. This is the breeding zone. If you block this, most of the pelagic fishery dies in the Bay of Bengal. It affects everything here. This affects big fish. This affects whale sharks. You don't want to mess with whale sharks. And then we started into INNPS, and then Chuzin asked me to do the rice test. The rice test is like a purity test, and apparently Bliss was mad at me because I had tried harder drugs. And then I guess the sexual undertones were already there. Yes, they were. I mean, it's me. I always have like a lot of sexual humor going on, which is sad, kind of. We don't have any children right now, so it's fine. And then we were talking about threesomes. Oh, upwelling stream, yeah. Yeah, and someone said if you piss yourself, it would be 2 streams. And I was like, it's already 2 streams. It would. And then I was asking whether it's like way too much work to have a threesome. Oh, I said that. Yeah, you said that. I'm sorry. And I was like, oh, it's just too much work to have a threesome. Because I've never had a threesome, but I imagine that like if you have a third person and like you're focused on the one person, then what is the other person doing? Like, are you supposed to do 2 things at a time? Like, as a ADHD person, it just sounds too much work. I'm okay with like one person, like, okay, I get off, you get off. Lots of multitasking. See, I can tell you as much. I have never had sex before that did not end in both partners getting off. And I do not say that lightly. So I have like this mental thing where I am like, if I would consider having sex a failure if the other person doesn't get off, which means he says it hard, exactly. Which means if there are 2 people, I'm gonna have to work twice as hard and just going to be too much work. I mean, if it's a guy, it probably would be easier. If there are 2 women, I think it's going to be a bit harder. I don't know. But I have that thing in my brain where none of my partners ever went sad after. Because I'm very considerate in that field. Because I know how it feels. But or like I think I'm a very I have the pleasing kind of autism where I like to please people. Huh. Why am I saying this in front of like 19 people? Whatever. I don't care. You guys are family now. This is going to be on the internet for the rest of my life. This is also being streamed on YouTube, by the way. Because you say this is being streamed on YouTube. Like, okay. Like, there are people who are watching this right now. But probably because it's Indian YouTube, it is perfectly fine. They'll just think of me as someone. There were more quizzes. Yeah, I know there were more quizzes. But like most of the time, like this is more. I wouldn't tell that my family. No, tell that to your family that come to the Papak stream for a good time. He never lets the people go unorgasmed. Papak stream where you will never go unorgasmed. Or something like that. Papak stream where you always get off. Come here for a good time. I know. Like, I'm very considerate when it comes to that. Family, na hell, na strangers, all good. Nah. Tell your family. Can I be a bitch about it? Can I be a bitch about for like 5 seconds and you don't think bad of me? If Papax get off as he pops off. Exactly. I'm gonna be a bitch about this. Guys, go tell your moms. Their moms need me a lot more than anyone else. I know how Indians work when it comes to all this shit. Yeah, you go off, King. Thank you. And the thing is, I'm pansexual. I don't really care. Everyone is fair game for me most of the time, as long as they are a good person and not a Sangi. Like, I think I'm an anti-Sangi sexual. I'll do anyone as long as they are not a fascist. My mom in the bottle in the library next to my dad ashes. Oh, I swear they haven't gotten off since 1981. I'm pretty sure neither of them have gotten off since like 20 years, so. Was that too mean? Was that too mean? I am so sorry if that was too mean. I was debating between bi and pan. What's your perspective on the difference? See, bisexual, perfectly up my alley. Thank you. I mean, people with traumas, this is a perfectly normal conversation. Like, I'm not even joking. Bi and pan, see, the thing is, if you're only attracted to specifically two genders, you're bisexual. You can have a little bit of like, oh, I'm attracted to someone who is like a bit more feminine, but different stuff. That is still considered bisexual. Pansexual mean you just don't care. Like, it just doesn't matter to you. Like, sexuality is not based on physical characteristics. Hold on. This is the best. This is the best shit I can do. If you have watched Schitt's Creek. Why is there no sound?
Red wine. I'm a red wine drinker.
That's fine.
Okay, cool. But I only drink red wine.
Okay.
And up until last night, I was under the impression that
I would be pan if I was physically attracted to folks, but I'm into personalities. That is still pan, I guess. What about omni and poly? Hold on. Sorry. Why doesn't...
But I guess I was wrong.
Hold on.
Red wine. But I guess I was wrong.
This is.
I see where you're going with this. I do drink red wine, but I also drink white wine.
Guys, shut up and listen to this.
And I've been known to sample the occasional rosé. And a couple summers back, I tried a Merlot that used to be a Chardonnay, which got a bit complicated.
Okay, yeah, so you're just really open
Schitt's Creek
to
is
all
the best,
wines.
yes.
I like the wine and not the label. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, so personally, I like the wine and not the label as well. That mostly means what it means to be pan. Poly is more related to relationships, yes. Poly is more relationships. I think omni is also more relationships. I mean, at this point, it's a relationship advice anyway. I mean, if you're not physically attracted to people, but like to their personalities, isn't that considered asexual? Because asexual people do have sex. I'm ace and attracted to dominance IDC for to dominance ID. I don't care for genders. Okay. Oh, okay, makes sense. No, but like, okay, you can like being attracted to dominance is still I think it's considered a fetish. You might, if you're ace, you are not sexually attracted to anyone. That's what I'm thinking. So that's pan. Yes, that's pan. You're pansexual. As like, to be fair, as long as you're comfortable with your attraction spectrum, it is fine. Doesn't matter. Hold on. No, that's not a fetish. That's same shit. A kink is temporary. A fetish is consistent. That's what I can. Asexuals can have sex but aren't into sex like normies. As it were, I like sex, but it's not that, oh boobies, oh boy, oh. So that's what I'm saying. You might be asexual. That's what I was thinking. Hashtag no. What hashtag no? I mean, that's how I understand it. Not a kink. Yeah, I think it's just your fetish. Because, like, see, kinks, okay, I think the difference here is, thing you have to understand is kinks are personal. Fetishes are generational. Fetish is something you're not getting rid of. You can get rid of a kink. You can get bored of a kink. You do, like, okay, did you know fetishes are generational? If you have a fetish, yeah, fetishes are systematic. Like, if you have a fetish, there is 100% scenario fetishes, like your parents also has one, either both or single. Kinks are snacks, fetishes are meals, exactly. Hold on, I'm just gonna put it on my face. No, I look weird. That's not true. I don't have a fetish. Everyone has a fetish. Fetishes are normal. No, my hair. Put it on your face. Yeah, do it. Okay, fine. So the fetishes are normal. Okay, for example, liking a boob is a fetish. Liking a dick is a fetish. Fetishes are normal. It is how you dom the streamer. Yeah. The chat doms me a lot more than anyone else. Like, all of these are no kink or fetish shaming. Exactly. It is not shaming. We are discussing the definition of it. Like, I am worried about, like, the difference. In my understanding, a fetish is something for a lifetime. A kink is you can try kinks out. There are some kinks you like, something kinks you don't. But if you can't get off without something, or something really influence you getting off, that's a fetish. Does it make sense to you guys? Because it makes sense to me. Babaks, don't hold back. Go all in your last time. You don't get banned after all this anyways. I am not going to get banned after all of this. This is a very fair... This is I already have those warnings. We are not doing anything negative. Don't worry about it. Like, calling Modi a bastard is probably going to get me banned a lot more. The only fetish I shame is breeding fetish. Folks will say breeding kink. I think it's just a natural thing, to be honest. I think everyone, like, most people who want children have a breeding fetish. Like, is that not, like, what's the difference? I don't understand. No, like, Elon Musk I think Elon Musk doesn't have a breeding fetish. I think he just thinks that he's the super smart person who needs to spread his, like, seed everywhere. This has been seen in multiple different, like, rich people. Who's Nick Cannon? Like, this has been seen in multiple people. A lot of kings will also be like, oh, he has a lot of children. Okay. No, he has one child. It is awful for kids, that is true, but I don't know if can be classified as a fetish being wrong if he doesn't have the fetish. See, at this point, this is a very technical conversation. Maria Carey ka husband, see, I don't know. Like, I googled Nick Cannon. They said he had one child. Like, Nicholas Scott Cannon, one child. I thought fetish meant non-common. No. It doesn't mean non-common. See, it is only telling me like he has one child. Oh, I think Google doesn't consider it, I guess. So 12 children, fine. I mean, 12 children is like, maybe it's my Indian ass because I've seen like more. The sexual part isn't about kids. It's about impregnating. Yes, no, I get it. But if people did not have a breeding fetish, people will not reproduce. That is what I'm saying. Like sometimes 12 is in this economy. No, he's extremely rich. Like we're talking about breeding fetishes. Mammals can reproduce without it being a fetish. No, fetish is just like what you like sexually. Kind of like that. Mammals also kind of have fetishes. Like every animal does. We are talking definitions here, guys. Guys, we are talking meaning of words and how we characterize it. We are not talking about he may be rich, but he doesn't mean that all his kids will grow up feeling loved. Yes, I get it. I get the issues here. I am discussing the meaning of the word fetish. I don't mean to, like, I am doing this extremely academically. Like sexual fetish is a fixation where sexual gratification depends on specific non-living object, material, or body part. I don't think you're reducing the definition to an action and removing the intent. Yes, no, I'm removing the intent. That is true. But like, there are victims and I don't like it. If we call it a breeding kink. Yes, no, there are victims to it. I get what you're... Okay. Choosing, is this the SOS message? Is this the SOS message? Morse code to English. Hold on. I have that. Okay, it just means I have the... Okay. The reason why I'm reducing it is because a conversation... Oh, you don't know that? Okay, forget it. That's where the problem lies. Intent is vital when understanding sexuality, especially when related to intercourse. Yes, I agree with you, but we are not talking about sexuality itself as well. We were talking about the word fetish. It was a glitch. Okay. Okay, I definitely did not search it. Yes. We were talking about the English word and how would we characterize it? Not talking about like sexuality of the broader populace, in which case I completely agree with you on there. This was like, for me, this was a discussion of the word in English. Of course, actions afterwards helps inform. Yes, exactly. You want to like, you can say, okay, breeding fetish is bad. Yes, it's bad, especially if what the intent is over there. But I agree with you on there. I am trying to discuss here if you can characterize what Elon Musk is doing as a breeding fetish, because through the just sheer definition of it, breeding fetish just means like you have to gratify within this scenario, you need to give birth to a child. On the word itself comes from anthropology. Fetish intends to attribute to unnatural, often superstitious properties to natural objects. Thank you. Yes, I agree to that. But colloquial usage, like, for example, it's still, I think, used in that sort of a way. But I was talking like for body parts, like boob fetish. Some people have a strong or soft boob fetish, or a dick fetish, or like abs, or some people have like calf fetish kind of a thing. Like for witches and wizards. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, that can be a fetish. Like you need it to gratify yourself, like attributing a staff to the ability to cast spells. Yeah, exactly. Elon Musk is not a breeding fetish. It's post of nationalism for having control on women. Yes, that is what I would rather put him on, because in my brain, at least, in my understanding of the definition of the word, a breeding fetish just means you can gratify yourself by thinking that you want children. Like you want to impregnate the person in front of you, which gives you a pleasure through it. Doesn't mean the other person gets pregnant. Also, like, if humans did not have that fetish, like, I don't think, like, organisms normally would be living. Controlling women is part of the fetish. Breeding fetish? Doesn't that go into, like, gendered dominance and subjugation fetish, like BDSM in that scenario? Like, do you have to be a misogynist to have a breeding fetish? It isn't just isolated to sexual acts. Yes, that is my point. That is my point. Like, do we consider the fact that like a breeding fetish should be considered even beyond the sexual act itself? Yeah, like, should we consider a fetish, whichever it is, in a broader sense, like, oh, someone like for having a breeding fetish, you have to also be a misogynist, that kind of a thing. Yeah, the tried wife thing, I don't know if we can consider that within the spectrum of what a fetish means. That is my argument in this scenario. If you do say it safely and consent and it's fine, I think, yeah, I mean, with consent, everything is fine. My question is, if there is consent, if there is an understanding and conversation about it and the assessment of the risks and all of it, are you going to consider it a fetish or not? Or like for a breeding fetish, does it have to be coming from a misogynistic point of view? Does the idea of making children give him sexual gratification? Yes, that is what we are discussing. Yes. That, like, my question is, like, my argument is this idea of making children giving sexual gratification is considered as a breeding fetish, not the success by which you get the shit done, or not that you have to be misogynistic over it. That is my argument with the, if not, it's not a breeding. Okay. That is my argument over it. I'm not arguing within like, oh, the person is misogynistic, that's why they have a breeding fetish. The person is misogynistic and can have a breeding fetish. A non-misogynistic person can also have a breeding fetish. I think impregnation is breeding fetish, but you can be on pills. Yeah. But like, it's not delayed gratification, right? My question is, it's not delayed gratification, because you're not going to be like, oh, let's have sex. We have a breeding fetish, for example, and we are going to wait 3 weeks for like the pregnancy test to come positive, and then I have my gratification. Does that make, like, the gratification, I think, comes from either ejaculating into or being ejaculated into, in which case the idea of being ejaculated into or ejaculating into is far greater signifier of the fetish than the child being produced of it. Makes sense? Because that is my thinking within the perspective of a fetish, because it is like for that moment. What I am like, if someone waits for, like, if someone keeps blue balling themselves until there is a positive pregnancy test, and that if in yours, like, if I'm to agree that it's a breeding fetish, I would have to think about someone who waits like 3 months to get a positive pregnancy test and then ejaculates. I don't think so, but I also don't know the ins and outs of breeding kinks, but mine is just unprotected, kind of, because it's a taboo and kind of. Okay. Does it also mean aborting the fetus? Doesn't it also... Okay, what does? The kid being born can't consent? Yes, that is true. It's not about being a parent or caring for the result? Yes. No, like, breeding kinks don't involve aborting the fetus. Like, in my opinion, at least, in my understanding of it, breeding kink has nothing to do with actually producing a child. It is about ejaculating or getting ejaculated into. It is a thrill of making the baby, but not actually having the result of making the baby. Or like, because you are not waiting for a positive pregnancy result to actually get off or have an orgasm over. Not usually part of the whole thing is power trip of the woman being bound to them, under them, as long as child needs their mother. I really don't think that's breeding kink or breeding fetish. I think in general, it's important to learn that kink from the BDSM community, because oftentimes they aren't innately comprehensible by name. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, none of us are actually experts in any of this. We are just discussing this for fuck's sake. But that pun was very much intended. I hope you got that pun. Okay, just based on what I am reading on the side on WebMD, I know you shouldn't be going to WebMD. It is the fetish about... Fine. Hold on, maybe tag. No, class. This is not vulgar. Sexual themes. Okay, fine. Fine, please, happy. BDSM communities are the best places to get safety measures info. Yes, I know. BDSM communities are extremely safe. Sarin done with all the sex talk. I know, he's like stop already. No, actually, he wants his treat. I'm not going to give him to you. I don't think there's an international breeding king convention where everyone pontificates that breeding has to be unrelated to misogyny. No, that is true. Maybe we should. I was reading the WebMD page about this. Oh, there's a... Okay, the pregnancy fetish attraction to pregnant people. Breeding fetish include appreciation of body change during pregnancy. Other hand, breeding fetish focus on the act of impregnation. Not the result of it by this. Like, this is just me being very stubborn about this. This does not involve getting someone pregnant. Just the act of impregnation. Like, it's like if I have a slice of pizza, but I enjoy the taste and spit it out rather than actually ingesting it. If the if it's the thought, then the tactile feeling on person would trump the knowledge of women being on pills. Yes, but that is what it is. No. If they definitely would give a shit about how misogyny ties in. No, but like if you have a convention, like in the BDSM community, you have people giving a shit a lot about misogyny. Vagina. Listen. That was just a correlation. I'm just correlating, like I'm trying to explain this easily. What I'm thinking, like, yes, they can't. I'm just saying that you may be on pills. You may be wearing, like, okay, you can be wearing a female condom because technically that is ejaculating inside. That kind of a shit. Maybe you're on pills. Maybe the guy is on gel. I'm gonna make this thing happen where people call being on gel. No contraceptives in breeding fetish? What the fuck? Hold on. Hi, Pavax, how's your day, dude? We are in very, very, very nice conversation. By the way, according to WebMD, let me just show you. Pretty sexy and fishy so far. Yeah, apparently. So, fantasizing about breeding fetishes while masturbating is a thing. So, getting pregnant in this at least scenario doesn't mean that like is immaterial to the conversation. When the breeding fetish with a partner is just about fantasy, it can also be sex. Also, breeding role play can be a breeding fetish and just talking about it and doing it and not actually ejaculating in someone. An engaging breeding fetish excited the idea. Unless you want to conceive and care for a child, a contraceptive plan is critical. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're gonna find it on YouTube. Like, I think this is only about doing it bare. Like, not wrapping it before tapping it is what this means. I know of too many dudes. I'm side-eyeing this. What do you mean? I don't understand. I mean, in this scenario, maybe like this is a situation where I don't know. At this point, I'm not gonna fight on this too much because mostly because, but your anecdote should be thought of as empiric. No, anecdote should never be thought as empirical evidence. Too many dudes with this fetish that don't like it if there is any contraception. It is predatory. Yes, that is bad. That is bad. If that is the like, yeah, that is bad. Maybe if we are considering a breeding fetish like that, then it is absolutely horrendous. No. Like, I know you are not. But like if that is how most people are, then it stops becoming anecdotal evidence. Just saying, that becomes a data point. There is a very specific point where it stops becoming anecdotal evidence, because technically all evidence is anecdotal, especially if you're doing research. The point here is that if that is the general idea of this kink, where people with this kink are furious on the fact of taking contraception, then breeding kink is about misogyny. It is about oppression. For me, for someone who is only reading about this stuff, not actually having it or even having any of these feelings, that my partner shouldn't be taking contraception, like I like a condom, just to be clear. For someone who has only practiced safe sex, my introduction to breeding kink is academic. No, most men hate protection because they're selfish and can't be bothered. Yeah, so in that scenario, a breeding kink is a highly misogynistic kink, because within practical sense, it doesn't turn out to be this. Then yeah, in that conversation, I completely agree with you. Also, we're talking about mola molas. No, most men. Yeah, okay. Then I completely agree with you here. Choosing Sarvo, I completely agree with the definition you're presenting. Yeah, that is not part of BDSM itself. That is true. Like, definitions need to be amended to more reflect practical situations. That is my belief, especially with when you're talking about fetishes and kinks. Anyway, let's get back to the thing here. I wanted to make this video, by the way. Where's this? Yeah. This is 21-minute video for people who do not know. This is a right-wing hog. Like, this guy is a right-wing hog. He's a AI using, AI selling right-wing hog that is extremely damaging to the idea of being a good person. Like, Jesus Christ, this guy is annoying. And something I wanted to talk about, like this like newest video about like India, Singapore, or waste of money and all of this, uses AI in climate change video. Yeah, no. See, I don't like Dhruv Rathi myself because of his AI usage mostly. Like, the reason why I don't talk about Dhruv Rathi is because he's not inherently damaging. Like, have you ever seen me watch a Dhruv Rathi video? For one. You have never, you will never. Also, I'm going to change the... Oh, I need politics and sensitive social issues, yeah. No, just thinking out loud. No. Dhruv Rathi is terrible in that scenario as well. The reason why we don't discuss his videos is he's normally not speaking pro-fascist. When he does, we will talk about him. The reason why we don't use his videos as a reference for information, as a reference to any of this, Indian film industry hates labor. Yeah, because they have to pay it. I don't use any of his videos as a reference to show you guys or a reference to talk about certain topic is because of his AI use. If you haven't noticed, all of the videos I show you, all of the information I normally curate is not curated using AI. I do not use AI videos as long as it's possible. Like at all, ever. All industries hate labor. They love free labor. They hate paying for it. They hate paying for it. Profit margins need to be maintained, I guess. Also, on that note, I have had too many hydration requests today. Give me a second. Gotta make this 3-stream. No, not potty time. I'm making this a 3-stream stream. Give me a second. Sorry. They're gonna have industries even if we live in a socialist system. That depends. See, the thing is, industries run correctly, industries aren't inherently capitalistic. Yes. We are talking about this system. Industries, even in a socialist system, are going to be present. It is just a matter of how well the people are treated. David Dexter. Yeah. There's a lot of examples of industries hating the people. That is one business, not the whole industry. I mean, okay, Sarbo, because they are Indian, let me just tell you, in India, the most of the industry is captured by 1 or 2 companies, especially milk one. So you have regional dairies, like for me, it was Katras, but pan-India, it is Amul. Amul, literally owned and operates most of the Indian industry. Well, I like that. Like what? You like the complete Indian industry of milk is just one company? It is extremely exploitative. We have Milma in Kerala. Oh, nice. I'm a union myself, so I have I'm very about workers being... Yeah, I mean, everyone here is. Everyone loves unions. Everyone fucking loves unions here. If you don't love unions here, why are you in this chat anyway? Yes, Amul is exploitative. You didn't know that? Seriously, you didn't know that? Ugh, why is everything so shaky? I am sorry to be the one person to tell you. No industry in India, at least, is not exploiting Amul also. I think Amul is owned by thousands of farmers. So underpaying happens in Amul quite a bit. It underpays its employees. It underpays its farmers that actually produce the milk. It is extremely opaque, for one. Union busting is a thing in India which happens. It operates as like a money grab at this point. That's why buying local becomes far more important. It is the same issues as any other industry. But Amul is a co-op. I don't think so, no. AI use kind of ruined the aesthetics of creators' videos. Yes, exactly. AI use is extremely terrible. No, but like ground level people are always harassed anyway. Farmers are still bosses. I hope so. Ole, let me just quickly Google this. Maybe I'm wrong then. I mean, maybe I'm wrong then. Because I had read Amul was exploitative to its employees. So employed under contract animal plant Varanasi alleging. So the workers keep alleging that they are not getting paid. And there are contractor issues. Workers have to report long working hours up to 12 hours daily and inadequate compensation. Sorry, I'm reading off here. This was 2026 allegation. Sounds about right. Farmers can underpay workers as well. Yeah, so like the contractors are underpaying their workers, employees of the Amul Corporation, because Amul Corporation also has employees that are not related to farmers, are also underpaying, is what I read. Is why I say it was exploitative. If you have different information, let me know. I'll correct my opinion about this. The point of all corporate businesses is to pay least amount of money to workers, and workers and most money for the least work. Yes, they're forever at odds. Exactly. That's why I personally don't like for-profit businesses. Even if it like high profit margins are a problem. Co-ops aren't perfect. Yes, co-ops are not perfect. Amul and other major dairy companies exploit milk producing farmers. Yes. See, that is what I read. Let me just be very clear with you. That is what I read. And if I'm wrong, let me know. I am not perfect. Yes, especially under capitalism. If you believe that Amul is actually doing a good job, let me know. I will change my understanding of it differently. I have shared my union song with you yet. If it's on YouTube, then yes. If it's not on YouTube, then no. I was asking, okay. So underpaying employees is what I know, is why I think it is not a purely blissful system where it is the best co-op place, because in what I would expect that not to happen. Wait, there's an Irish anti-Thatcher song? Yes, there is. Hold on. Guys, stop everything. We're listening to Sarbo songs. Okay, just to be clear, because this is a different account, am I going to get copyright struck for this?
We are the caretakers of early learning. caretakers of early learning. And all these sudden changes are concerning. And all these sudden changes are concerning. So we have come together to form a union. So we have come together to form a union. To hash it out with calm and resolution. To hash it out with calm and resolution. We know that union busting is disgusting. We know that union busting is disgusting. And that the best solutions need discussing. And that the best solutions need discussing. We're safe and friendly workers as we're able. We're safe and friendly workers as we're
This is
able.
amazing.
And we just want our say heard at the table. And we just want our say heard at the table. Be safe, be friendly. Be a union worker. Be safe, be friendly. Be a union worker.
This is amazing, Sarbo. This is literally amazing. How are you not a best-selling writer and singer yet? Like, I'm being very serious when I ask this. Your songs are fucking magical. Like, I'm being very serious. I love your songs. It's a tough industry. Yeah, I guess, yeah. True. You can make it. You have the talent. You seriously have the talent. I think you can make it. Like, where's this? Yeah. Sorry, guys. Thank. Okay, fine. Why do you? Okay. You do realize the links are allowed. You don't have to like split the links anymore. When I figured it out, I hope, getting a theme song for your stream. Oh, that's sweet. This is why I fucking love the Irish. There are so many different songs like this. Like and sub. Yes, please, guys, like and sub. About this. I used to live in Ireland for a bit. Ireland is if I had a nation like that I can truly call home, like not as in I'm an Indian, obviously, but a place where I've truly felt home in, that's Cork in Ireland, or even Dublin. I give it to the fake capital. Dublin is also nice. Having said that, I can tell you as much. Why does she have so much lore in England? Oh, don't even begin. Not, yeah, my cock. I'm talking about Cork. Like, the city of Cork. I used to live there. That's where I did most of my... Anyway, having said that, let me just say this once and for all. Ireland, for people who do not know, is known as a capitalistic nation. But if you have lived in Ireland, you will know one thing is very clear. It is a socialist nation disguising itself as a capitalist nation. Mostly because I think they're afraid of America invading them and putting up a bit more golf courses. Win Ireland, always. Always win Ireland. It is the one nation that I want to die in. I'm going to be very clear. Like, if Ireland is listening, please let me come in. Please let me live there. I have been called an honorary Irish for more than once. Like, at this point, I'll learn Gaelic. I know most Irish people are not going to learn it. Cooler Indian flag. Yeah. Like, okay, listen, I need to show you. There is a reason. This flag here is also Ireland. There is a reason. The thing is about it being a tax haven. For it to work as a tax haven, like there is a small bump in that as well. The tax haven itself is not truly a tax haven because the people who work there get taxed progressively. Tattoo under it, not India. It is technically not. It is somewhat. It is it's technically both, but it doesn't have the wheel, Ashok Chakra. Maybe I can add it later. I don't know. Like behind it or something. But having said that, like it is not a tax. It is a tax haven for big corporations, but everyone has to live there, and everyone living there gets a progressive tax. So if you're making from like 2,000 euros, you're gonna get taxed far less. While if you're making 4,000 euros, you're gonna get taxed far more. And in hand, you're only going to have like 25,000. How good Ireland for PhD? Not good. Like the reason why I'm not doing my PhD in Ireland. There's a reason for it. Ireland does not pay for your PhDs. That is a problem, which needs to change. There are like protests, student protests on this, like pay your fucking PhDs. I was denied a few positions because I was not European. Because Irish PhDs for a bit are still paid for by the UK. They have their fucking tie-ups, which makes it an issue because UK is very racist and the Irish can't do shit about it. Because the control still lasts till to this day. Being part of the Commonwealth and shit. It is a problem. It is a fucking problem. Everyone is mad at it, by the way. I lost a PhD in Dublin because I wasn't European. I lost a job as a fisheries observer in Antarctica because the shipmaster said we don't hire Indians. Lot of different shit. Republic. Fuck Northern Ireland. Who gives a shit about Northern Ireland? People keep yapping about like, oh, Northern Ireland and Ireland should like be one. No, we don't want those people. What England? I think you're behind. Please refresh your stream, David. Anyway, I need to still record this video. Why not racism? Mostly racism. Like there is racism. Like if you come out of India, you're gonna feel this racism, like institutionalized racism. Because I wasn't European and I was not covered under the funding project. No. This was in Dublin. You're gonna end this stream next day. Sure, I don't care. My partner ain't home. As long as you are fine with me going and walking Sarin in the middle of the stream, I am fine with just keeping on streaming. I don't care. This is fun for me. You're my friends. Do you think India should have a Good Friday deal for Kashmir? The fuck? What do you mean a Good Friday deal for Kashmir? Are we talking about the same Good Friday? Oh, Belfast Agreement. Okay. Sure. That is, Belfast Agreement was a agreement to stop the war between Northern Ireland and Ireland. Establish power sharing government, cross community institutions, address like policing, human rights, paramilitary disarmament. That is what I would suggest for it. I am not kidding. But I had this discussion with Bliss, and according to her, we shouldn't trust Pakistanis to not interfere and Indians to not interfere in it. So it, like, in my opinion, there should be a deal in Kashmir. Hold on, let me show you. So, in my opinion, when you're talking about Kashmir, let me just pull up the map. So this is my opinion and my opinion only. Does not mean shit. To be honest, I'm not in any position to comment about this issue. But having said that, I think for one, also please subscribe if you can. For one, Kashmir itself should get its independence. Like this complete area should get its independence again. I will say this again. Siachen to Jammu to Aksai to northern areas. All of this, or Azad Kashmir, whatever you want to call it, should get its independence. It should have its own government. It should have its own government. And it should have its own autonomy back that was taken from it. India and Pakistan should be forced to pay reparations for the development of Kashmir. Indefinitely. Both pay for its development. So both feel responsible for it. When you're talking about the Indus Valley here, so one of the things that Pakistan is on about in this scenario, like why do they want Kashmir? Yeah, both countries are greedy as fuck. Yes, I agree. Let me finish. So one of the issues Pakistan has with respect to Jammu and Kashmir is the glacier source for Indus. So when you build a dam here, but the merging in India is good, no, it's not. It's not. It is not. David, it is not. They are merged right now. It is not a good option. People of Kashmir are very different. Kashmiris have an open passport for both Pakistan and India. In my opinion, they should have an open passport for both Pakistan and India. And people can travel between as much as they want. It doesn't matter. Like, I have a bigger hope and a bigger goal per se. I don't know. Like, I'm never achieving this myself. Like, I have a bigger political goal for a European Union style situation within Asia. David, like, that is not a joke. That is not a joke you make here. Buying houses should not be allowed. At this point, that is not a joke you make here. I am sorry. That is my line in the sand. Everyone here should be able to travel anywhere they want. It doesn't matter. What I am saying here is that in this scenario, the Indus Valley Dam here should be built, which will be controlled by Pakistan and India. You can have operations around it, and this will keep both countries from fighting each other. Because the dam comes in question. Pakistan will not attack India because then India can directly stop water to Pakistan. India will not attack Pakistan because if it does, hold on, what was the thing I was talking about? Yeah, because it is already paying for the dam and the dam helps it as well for like Punjab and whatever. And plus, let's say border security, whatever. This should be a co-managed and maybe managed by China, I guess, to keep peace between. But because it's such a contested region, it needs to be kept completely autonomous and for its people. Indians, Pakistanis, or maybe even Chinese should not be allowed to buy houses in Jammu Kashmir. They can visit if they want, but not settle. It is very important. Because the moment that happens, the one party that is allowed to do it starts flooding people in. Starts doing, because already the population is so low, they can start doing a population exchange right there. Does it make sense? What I'm suggesting here, it's already a settler colonism. Yes, exactly. It's already settled colonism. We can't keep it. Fine, we will go for Ooty for fresh air. Sure, go wherever in India you want. I don't care. Not in Kashmir. They both have better opportunities if they're allies. Yes, I know, but they're not like. That's why I say this should be an autonomous region. people should be allowed to have free travel, especially. Both Pakistan and India should be responsible for the development of Kashmir, mostly because the land itself is tourism based. And it should be kept completely neutral between both countries, managed by both countries, and the peace kept by China, US, whoever you want to invite as an observer. No military should be allowed within that land whatsoever. Not even coming close. That is what I would want Kashmir to end up as. That would, in my opinion, guarantee that somehow also turn it into a zero-sum game, actually. Where if there is no peace, there is complete utter destruction on both sides, India and Pakistan. So both sides are forced into keeping peace within the region. Fuck British, man. I think this is like Jammu issue is not just British, it is also the king of Jammu. But also that was also British. Like the guy literally bought Kashmir from the British. Yeah, fuck British. Like the king of Jammu was literally doing a genocide in 1947. Like even 30 years ago, the whole thing with Kashmiri Pandits was a blowback. Like, okay, should I say, can I make this into my America deserved 9/11 moment by saying India deserved 1990? I don't know. Fuck that. Who cares? UN background. Indian, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Yeah, RSS also helped the king. Halat kharab tha. Yeah, see, RSS has always been a part, like all of this hate spreading, killing Muslims has been a part of the RSS DNA from the very start. That is what they're doing in Manipur as well. Guys, do not forget. That is what they're doing in Manipur as well. Like this is something that is happening like over the course of so much. Big war is coming between India and Pakistan. So Indian, the thing is, they have been talking about like India-Pakistan war is always coming. They have been saying that from the start. UN has also said the country that is most likely to use nuclear weapons in a war is India, especially after Modi came into power. And like India-Pakistan war might be the start of the first nuclear war. But don't believe any of that shit because again, it's the UN. I think right now, Trump being in power of the US is most likely that they're going to use a nuke than any other country. There's only one country that has ever used a nuke in war. That is the US. You can talk about US being the next country to use a nuke in a war. They have been threatening it multiple times. Do not believe UN because they nicely leave out US and NATO countries in their calculations. Imagine if we had Fawad Khan and Pakistani cricket players in the IPL and Pakistan had better options to rely on instead of China. China is the best option here. I'm saying India should rely on China as well. Also, I'm not into cricket. Not nuclear, but Kashmir conflict. See, if BJP doesn't have the votes to win the next election, they are going to start a Kashmir conflict. This problem is never going to go away as long as the current regime is so hungry for power. Listen, Mackay, cricket ain't for me either. Yeah, it is kind of too boring. Like, I hope TMC wins here. I hope that too, kind of. My opinion has shifted a lot over TMC because TMC is extremely pro-BJP when it suits it. It is a center-right party, more or less. Imagine if... so the thing with Pakistan and like China is... China is a country that we need to tie up as well with. India is far too dependent on the US. China is technically not our enemy. China kind of exploits their allies. No, it does not. China wants also piece of the territory. Yes, Arunachal Pradesh. You can have these conflicts. So the thing is, China does not exploit any of its allies, by the way. US does. China's China's monetary fund. China has a monetary fund and that you can get a debt out of it. Like the CPEC. I was also wrong about the CPEC, by the way. I used to think China is like giving so much debt. China is giving so much debt. China only dumps here, I guess. So I was like, oh, CPEC is so bad. China is going to ruin Pakistan with that. That is not true. The thing with CPEC is, or the thing with like taking a debt from China is, it doesn't ask for interest. It doesn't pressure you into paying interest, like at all. Chinese loans are extremely unexploitative. Even the interest is low, which is very surprising when you're comparing it to something like the International Monetary Fund or loans from UN or loans from NATO. Also, you have to consider this. Most of loans from NATO are taken by countries that are destroyed by NATO's like impact. Yeah, Western media crying about Chinese debt trap while IMF exists is funny as fuck. Yes, because there is no such thing as a Chinese debt trap, which is such a eye-opening thing that I recently found out. The Chinese debt trap just does not exist because it is not a trap. I think India fared better than Pakistan because we unofficially allied with the USSR while allies with the US. Yes, exactly. Allying with USSR was the best shit ever. Communist countries don't ask you, don't trap you in debt. Like, look at the countries NATO attacked. Let me just list. Look at the countries NATO attacked. Bosnia, Yugoslavia, Albania. You know, all of these countries after went to the UN to get, IMF, that is supported by the US, and NATO is supported by the US, and had to get debts from all of these countries, to rebuild these countries, and now they are in extreme debt. Most of African countries that have been bombed by NATO, US, whatever, France, exactly, had to go back to these countries to get money to rebuild the shit that France actually destroyed. So if France is bombing Africa right now, if Russia is bombing Africa or whatever, they have to go back to these bigger powers to get the debt to fix their own land. So the bigger powers make money out of the military industrial complex. Then they make money from all the debt that they have to recuperate from these people and the interest. On the other hand, China doesn't bomb you and then gives you a debt, but all you're expected is to pay back the debt. Nothing else. They don't ask you for overburdening interest. There is no such thing as a Chinese debt trap. That was a fucking lie. I was sold a fucking lie. Again, as an Indian, that makes sense. China, at this point of time, I'm not going to talk about in the future, I don't know. At this point of time, is the fairest country in the world when it comes to international politics. Maybe it changes later. I don't know. I'm not going to predict that. But right now, dealing with China is the fairest country it is the fairest country in the world at this point of time. That is it. IMF also specific which industries, how your economy works, etc. Yeah, exactly. China doesn't. I'm being very serious when I say this. India is going to take a loan of 700 lakh rupees, like 700 lakh rupees, something like that. 700 crore lakh rupees, something. Hold on. I forgot the amount. Yeah, that is my main point. India should allow. There is a debt that is going to happen 2026. Why is this not showing? Hold on. Where's the? Maybe I need to do borrowing. Why does China do imperialist shit though they? When did China did imperialistic shit? Debt is not inherently a trap. China doesn't only expect people to pay the debt. They also accept restructure in case of. Yeah, no, that is what I'm trying to explain. That is what I'm trying to explain. Not Jesus Christ, I can't even type. That was such an eye-opening thing from me. Does US still need India? No, it does not need India. There is a borrowing plan. Yeah. 8.2 trillion rupees. It is about to borrow, by the way. India is about to borrow 8.2 trillion rupees. Why doesn't China do imperialist shit? Though they can, right? They can, they don't do it. Looks like Bob Barker, who does? People do not know this, I guess. I have been talking about this. India is borrowing 8.2 trillion rupees from the IMF. The shit has gone through and been accepted within the economic plan in March of 2023 on the 30th. The news came out. The dude in search before, you just surprised me. That's all. Oh. Where? I can't. People don't know. Scroll down. I can't see. I'm sorry. With a Pakistani flag. This guy? That's Shehbaz. Ah, okay. No, that's the president of Pakistan and the prime minister. China allegedly leveraged the debt to seize strategic asset control and diplomatic influence on the nation. Which nation? Please be specific. Please be specific. Which nation are we talking about? Because a lot of people say a lot of shit. It's not their foreign policy. Yeah. See, China doesn't need... Okay, China does not need extreme fighting to go on. They do not have that strong of a military-industrial complex like America to keep imperialism alive. This is an American issue, also NATO issue. Oh, but why not? Wouldn't they benefit? No, they wouldn't. Why would? Okay, so what is your point? Do you want to prosper or do you want to make people suffer? There are ways to prosper without making people suffer. To make people, like, America has developed its military industrial complex because it does not have a value proposition that it can offer beyond weapons. America cannot offer a value proposition to grow its economy other than weapons. For it, it needs to have consistent military action around the world. बचपन से वेस्टर्न प्रोपेगेंडा इंजेक्ट है चाइना की और डाइजेस्ट नहीं हो रही. Oh yeah, हो रही पा रहा है लिप्स को. Yeah, no, so liberals in India, like what Indian experience is saying, is liberals in India do not have an idea, like they can't digest the fact that China is like a country that is dealing with you with extreme niceness, let's say, or honesty. Indians are completely and utterly propagandized to be anti-China as categorically. Like, even if China is doing good towards you, they will hate China for whatever reason. Whenever in India you're talking about anything, you're either, thank you for putting it this way, thank you. So whenever there is something going on in India, like you want votes for the majority party, they'll either target Pakistan or they'll target China. Am I the liberal? I'm only asking motivations. No, I am just talking about what Indian Experience is saying on YouTube. You are not a liberal. You choose in your left because you're here. Tatastu, you're left. You're Jyotish, you're left. Like, whenever there is some election or something, everyone hates on China and everyone hates on Pakistan. So don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. This is perfectly okay. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying. I literally forgot what I was saying. Anyway, China doesn't have to be extremely exploitative because it is just not within its principles. China isn't perfect, but strategically India should have built better. Yes, like, geez, that is what I keep saying, and people don't like it when I say that. People really don't like it when I say India should really have better relationship with China than America. America fucks you up. Like Henry Kissinger literally was saying, like the devil himself has said it on everyone's face, that it is bad being the enemy of America, but it's much worse being the friend. Whose fault was the Indo-China war? I have actually no idea. I never, like, I am not even kidding. I am not even kidding. I have never, like, never searched it more than... Okay, I have never actually searched why the Indo-China war happened. Like, I'm like, this may be the most Indian black hole, like, shit ever. Also, China has entirely forgiven certain debts completely. Yes, that is what I was also trying to make. Yeah, China just literally forgives debts, guys. Like, stop going to the IMF. Brits undefined border caused it. Yes, I like, okay, I don't want to do Google review, but whatever. Like, Jawaharlal Nehru was ordered Indian Army to display outposts. I think in that scenario, like, okay, the McMahon line was not only problem I have with China is Uyghurs is. So apparently the Uyghur shit was extremely overblown. Apparently. That's what I heard. Having said that, when it comes to like the Indo-China thing, we have to remember China never signed the document. It was present for the signing of the document for the McMahon line. The signing of the document for the McMahon line, China was present, but it never signed the document. That's why all of these regions are disputed. I do say it is an issue with China as well in that scenario. All of this dispute would have just gone out if they had negotiated much with respect to Aksai Chin as seen here or Arunachal Pradesh. Hold on. I just need to pull up. Wikipedia has the best maps. Like this place and this place. They never signed a McMahon line, which is a problem because the border was never defined. Like Chinese border within this region was never defined. That is the problem. They keep saying that this is their land while never really trying to define the border. East Turkmenistan is an ethno-state project. Whoever advocates for it is Wahhabi, Taliban, adjacent fanatic. Okay. I didn't know that. The groups that advocate for East Turkmenistan are the ETIM and the TIP. The ETIM committed massacres in Xinjiang using knives, and they advocate for the ethnic cleansing of Han Chinese from the region. I have no idea. I need to search that more. As far as I understand, when it comes to like the Uyghur shit, like the news that China is doing like concentration camps was like just wrong and over fucking blown. I did not know that Turkmenistan has this whole shit. I'm gonna have to do a lot deeper reading on this. Like, sorry, I'm not even prepared for this conversation. This conversation is just happening. But having said that, the thing that I know, China never signed this line here, like the McMahon line. It came to the discussion. It agreed to the discussion. It never it never put the signature over there that they are defining this line. Pakistan did, India did, the British did, everyone in the scenario, the observers did, except for China. That's why China keeps claiming that the Aksin and this area over here, the red one, is still part of China because it never really signed either way. The only people signed was India. Like the document states that this is part of India. That's why legally it is considered part of India. But China keeps saying that Arunachal Pradesh is part of China. It creates issues for people who live there actually. ETIM was sponsored by Al Qaeda and the Grey Wolves, a Turkish far right group. Oh, okay. I'll remember that while talking about a conversation later. Like, anyway, we still have to get to. Actually, I need to make this video for YouTube. So I'm going to go towards the video actually because we didn't cover much other than like regional politics. We still need to cover more Nicobar in detail. It's literally India's fault. No, it's not India's fault. Like, okay, don't think of this as like China being purely like, oh, it is not China's fault. They chose not to sign the document. They were there. They were there for the signing of the document. Every single individual there for the signing of the document, they signed it. China did not. Like, don't think of like China at that point. I don't know what they were thinking or what they were not thinking. They just did not sign the document. That is what happened. There's nothing more to it. There's nothing less to it. They just didn't sign a document. And that's why they are currently claiming that this land is theirs because the document, they didn't sign the document. Their entire argument over owning Arunachal Pradesh is that they didn't sign the document. They didn't never agree to the McMahon line, while everyone else did. Like, I want that issue to be solved myself, but can't help. It's very hard to discuss it with someone who categorically denies existence of the document. Yeah, recently they held a woman in the Chinese airport by saying Arunachal Pradesh doesn't exist. Yes, I know. Bro, I've met Ugirs in Riyadh and detention camps is true and they cannot follow their religion. It's a fucked up situation there. I have no idea about this conversation. I just heard that the shit is blown up. So I'm not going to involve myself in a conversation right now that I have no information about. And I would request you to not go there for now. Thank you for the follow, Nix. Because there is nothing I can comment on it like positively or negatively on that point. The only thing I know is about China and like the Western media overblowing the whole Uyghur shit. I can get you more information when I read about it in detail and I can come back to you with it. So if China let it go, it would undermine China's sovereignty. No, see, the argument is here, how it will undermine China's sovereignty when they didn't define its borders. Tell me where the border is. Because the border is not on Assam either. The border is not this either. This is not the border to China. When does the border stop? Because they never defined their southern border. How does it undermine China's sovereignty if they let it go? They never signed the document. The border is not defined. Yeah, one China policy is a thing for Tibet. Sure, I agree. Give Tibet to China. Like, be like, no, Tibet is China. I don't care. It is legally part of China. I guess China's argument could be drawing borders. No, they were asked. They were in the meeting. They were there for signing the document when the document was signed. They just didn't sign it themselves. That is the issue. This border is never defined for them. So because the border is not defined, should we also give Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand as well? I mean, they don't want it, but still, should we give it away? Should Nepal be part of China as well? Where is the border? They don't define this border. Mera floor mat bhi China ka hai. So Indian Express saying even his floor mat is from China. They didn't sign because they kept saying like, no, this is our property. Most of this, like, See, if they haven't defined the border themselves, like they haven't officially come out by saying like, no, the border ends at Assam, this is our border here. They just say this region is ours. That's why the buildup is there. But they don't really, okay, listen, they are not too offensive about this. Like even Aksin Chin, the reason why both parties fought, like India fought with China, is because India started building outposts. Like China really hasn't invaded India technically. Hotan is very well developed city in China where Uyghur Muslims live. Okay. David, I'm sorry, I cannot have the conversation because I have no idea what the conversation is about. Like there is no information I can give, which means because I don't know the topic myself, I cannot correct or assess the situation. I am being very serious about here within the chat. If I don't know a conversation and I don't know if people I can trust in this conversation know about this issue as well. I don't know if Kairos or Bliss are here or not. That's why I don't know if I can moderate this conversation for being more productive and not just spreading of misinformation. So I am sorry. Can we please move on from this conversation specifically? By China should claim Bihar, they are not going to. Like, dude, I have a literal joke about what I talk to about with Sangis and like shit is like, the reason why China doesn't invade India is that they come at the border of Uttarakhand, UP and Bihar. They come at the border of Uttarakhand, UP and Bihar. They smell the shit and just walk away like, we can't fix this shit. I don't want it. Can we? And that's why maybe they're making like the pearl of strings to come to India from the south because they just want to avoid ever interacting with UP, Bihar. I think the writer of 2012 movie was very wise. Usko future pata tha lol. Sorry, I won't talk about it. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. You don't have to apologize for it. This is something that is my own fault or my own lack of information about a topic is why I am requesting it of you. Detention camps exist, but they are just normal prisons. Oh, you're here. Perfect. As long as Kairos is here, ask him to correct information. I don't know shit about it for now. The vocational training centers are guarded and they have tight controls because there were attacks by the ETIM against them. Okay. See, if I don't know a subject and I can't correct the chat if they're going wrong or if they're saying something wrong, I would rather not have the discussion because I don't want misinformation to spread. That is my entire point when it comes to this. I'm trying to be as honest as possible about my own deficiencies within this chat. I'm not going to claim I know everything about everything. That is just not me. I am not as well read as so many different, like there are so many smarter people than me. How would India react to a separatist movement like that? Like ETIM or Uyghurs, we currently have it. We currently have Manipur going on. We have Kashmir. This looks AI. I'm sorry. Like, we have multiple separatist movements. India has butchered them. Manipur has its own separatist movement, by the way. One of, like, Manipur Liberation Front is the separatist movement. There are multiple separatist movements. Each community has their own separatist movement in that scenario. All of them are a response to mismanagement by the Indian government through historically. So there is a few US-based streamers breaking the Western propaganda against China and their people with facts. Yeah, good. That's nice. Yeah, Kairos is one of them. There was Nagaland as well, right? Yeah. So all of this northeastern region has a separatist movement. The separatist movement itself developed from consistent neglect by the Indian government. Like, Kukis versus Nagas versus Maitais has been happening since the beginning. The reason why it happens is because Kukis kept interfering with the sorry, not Kukis. Maitais kept interfering with the Kukis or tribe and the Nagas, moving into their region where they were living, because Kukis are hill people, Nagas are valley people. That is like their official regions that they used to live in. Because of it, they are seen as invaders when they are moving into that region. They bombed Nagaland. Yes, they bombed Nagaland as well. See, Indian army is still seen as invaders within the region because they are not exactly peacekeeping. Indian army has raped, pillaged, killed, tortured multiple of these citizens here. Even in Assam, even in Nagaland, Mizoram, all of these locations. Indian army has acted like the colonizer within the region. These are not fair. The reason why, like we were talking about the CAPF bill the other day. The CAPF bill is extremely bad because what is going to happen is the CRPF itself is going to now be being made up of extremely right-wing ideological people. The CRPF was doing all this bad shit without being like ideologically or ethnically relevant. Like that ethnicity was not relevant. Now it's going to be. I feel like region is like a Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is not, I would say, much worse than this when it comes to the Indian army. Sorry, Indian army and like American armies and American generally. This is not a Puerto Rico. This is not like, this is still an autonomous zone, by the way. For people who do not know, all of these regions have their own constitution and they are considered autonomous zones. Having said that, they still have a say within the Indian government. They have 1 or 2 BJP MPs right now. That's why they are not looked into. Puerto Rico is ignored as a matter of policy. I know, but the border states, so voting ruling. Yes, exactly. Vote ruling. Yes, that is true. The Seven Sisters are autonomous. Here, these guys are autonomous. The difference in Puerto Rico, the isolation and the oppression of Puerto Rico was by design by the US government. The operation and the ignoring of Northeast development and the money with the Indian government wasn't by design. It was by not having enough vote share in the major political scenario where they felt like we can just ignore this region whatsoever. It doesn't matter. The Indian government does not come to help. The best time for Northeast was at the time of the Congress government, when it seemed like a hyper reduction in separatist movements and all of that, and people were kind of living peacefully. But what BJP realized was, but if they vote for ruling party, that doesn't vote even matter. No, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Like the vote share is so low. Like this is, we are comparing like 100 and like what? So sorry, 77 vote seats in Uttar Pradesh or like something versus 1 or 2. Like 2 in Assam, 1 in like Nagaland, 1 in Mizoram, something like this. It just doesn't matter. It is the issue with how Indian voting system has been set up. Indian voting bloc is set up based on population. It is not set up based on like equality within states. States aren't inherently equal in India. That's why I'm always talking about all of this shit, like how we look at MLAs, the anti-defection bill, the delimitation, and all of this shit is bad for a reason. Every state needs to get an equal voting rights within the region. Because that is the only way you do not disenfranchise, for example, the Northeast. Northeast doesn't have a high population. By that logic, so delimitation is inherently bad. Yes, delimitation in the Indian context is inherently bad. These 2 states, or rather these 3 states, account for like 90% of the India's population. Do you think we are a federal state? We are a federal state, but a federal state where there is unequal representation of each state. Imagine that. Like we are a union of states where the union is like oh, you do not have unequal, do not have equal representation with the northeast to the center to the south. All of these states combined have a less representation than all of these states. What is the point? Like, do you think this is a union then in that scenario? In my ideal scenario for India, we should have 2 votes per state. Even if we didn't care about them, they are not having a right to protect their land, lays, or ecosystem open to harm. Yeah. I know, but they still don't care. This is the same issue with Kashmir. They don't care. They really don't care. And RSS is now acting within this region. RSS has infiltrated within the Maitais community and revolutionized them into being Hindutva focused. Vote in Bihar more valuable in small populated states? Yes, exactly. And Bihar is the stupidest people out there. In the Northeast, I am not kidding, in the Northeast, BJP and RSS have mixed up with the Maitais, specifically in Manipur, to ethnically cleanse and start religious violence within that region to increase their vote share. Because then they can claim the Northeast is Hindutva and not like Kashmiri, like not like Christian or Muslim. They are doing that. They did that in Nagaland, they did it in Assam, they did it in everywhere. They did it in Kashmir as well. This is not a new thing. Why? Like Godhra was not a new thing. Godhra is something that they did other places as well. You have to realize that. Like one of the reasons why I did not talk about the TCS case in detail. Like I understand we are not that big and like I don't want to give it too much pressure because the TCS case post-mobilization of the Hindutva Brigade is a plan. They're testing the waters every other place. They were testing delimitation of like a fascist control of the state through delimitation. They were testing fascist laws, how to introduce and bulldoze fascist laws into existence through the Trans Amendment Bill. The CAPF law is going to introduce the extremely racist IPS personnel into the CRPF. The CRPF is responsible for keeping peace within states to curb riots. Now imagine the CRPF, who is already extremely biased towards the government, also is extremely biased towards religion. We end up getting Gestapo. Why do you think this is happening? Do you not see the pattern here? Do you not see the pattern here? This is what I keep warning about. This is what I keep talking about. This is always going to be the consistent through line in all of these streams. You have to concur with the facts. You have to talk about them later when you are not looking at this stream. You have to leave. You have to talk to your friends, your parents, and tell them about this. Ask me questions more so I can help you understand these issues, so we can talk to your parents about this. Because it is important. What about X number of seats for each Muslim general caste, Hindu GC, other GC Muslims? So for SC, ST, but in Ambedkar separatist electoral format, separatist electoral formats never fucking work. That was a bad idea. That was a literal bad idea. I am sorry. That is one thing I'll always oppose when, I love a lot of Ambedkar policies, but that is one policy I always fucking oppose. It only creates bad representation overall. Because then you have this problem that you have to discuss. I'm not kidding. This has happened before. Separate electoral... I am explaining. Give me a second. I need to put up this background here. Look at what is happening in Iraq for the normal people of Iraq. When you have separate electoral format, you have to ask permission from each government. If you need to get a passport or organize a function, if everyone is okay. And what it creates is that you can't organize anything. And the people who are extremely on the top of their field asking for explanation like pretty baby and chat delay. Yeah. So when you are at the top of the class structure, you're only the one who's getting that actual representation. It is inherently bad for the lower class people, no matter the religion, gender, caste, whatever. This is happening in Iraq right now. Iraq has a separate electoral system for the Kurds, Christians, and the Muslims. And it causes a lot of issues. Because everyone needs to ask permission from everyone for everything, no matter how important or bad. Imagine in that scenario, India with like hundreds of different castes, literally hundreds of different castes, multiple religions. How are you going to fix that? How are you going to fit that in a separate electoral system? Like, are you going to define like 4 or 5 SC/ST seats? Oh, that's all the caste there is? Yes or no? No, you're not obviously not going to do that. But we should listen to Dalits. Yes, we should listen to Dalits. I agree. But a stupid idea is a stupid idea. Like, what do you want? Like, Dalits themselves are extremely Islamophobic. Do you want me to listen to them in that point as well? Caste dynamics happens across all... my ass is hurting. Seriously, sub for a better chair. My ass is dying. Anyway, yes, we should listen to Dalits, but we need to also have a consistent through line for our ideology. Which type of election should India follow? No, the election itself is not the issue. Is a corrupt, we need to have set up to ignore corruption and ignore selective politics within India. In our current system, you see vote for Dalit seat and essentially vote the good Dalit. Yeah, do you think it's going to be any different? I think high quality education should provide SC, ST, OBC for... Okay, it's not upliftment. It's... don't think of it as upliftment. That is a problem. We need social education, not for the ST, OBC. We need social education for the UC. We need social education for the UC. It is enough time that we focused on SC, ST need education for upliftment. They are enough they are very well capable of doing shit for themselves. The mentally challenged here are the UCs. UCs are the one who keep promoting casteism. If only Dalits voted for Dalit seats so they can truly represent themselves, you get people like Draupadi, President Murmu you're talking about. That's the spelling? I think I'm dyslexic. Draupadi. Is Draupadi Murmu? No, I agree with you. But I meant to have equality for all the states and minorities in current system. Yes, that is the flaw. That is truly the flaw. But it is not going to be solved by separate electoral system. You can have it so that every panchayat has a representation from each community within the group. That is fair. But that cannot end up determining who your final MLA be. Are only 50% or wo bhi nahi samjhenge. Yeah. No, this is not just, by the way, don't get me wrong. This is not just about UCs. This is also about OBCs. OBCs are responsible for a far more extent of casteism. People don't think. There was an OBC race within India for the longest time where everyone wanted to be considered as an OBC. Marathas in Maharashtra want to be considered as OBCs for reservation. Like, I am not joking. Like, if you don't know, in Maharashtra, Marathas want reservation. They were the ruling class. They don't need the reservation, like, at all. Having said that, all of them also do casteism. A lot of times OBCs were UCs who wanted caste certificates. Yes, I'm getting to that point choosing. There's multiple people talking about this. Yes, and like, okay, yes, UCs vote for Dalits are amenable to them. I agree. But do you think it's not going to still be the situation? Even in Gujarat, Patels want reservation. Yes, exactly. Dalits should have a lot more representation. I agree with you. But do you really think if Dalits are voting for their own representative, how much power that representative gets? Richness is, David, don't think like richness is not a factor here. No, in separate, only Dalits get to vote for Dalits. Yeah, sure, but how much power does a Dalit get then? 1 vote? Do you think like that 1 vote is going to count when everyone is, like, every other MLA on par with him in a panchayat or a municipality is voting against this person because they are a Dalit? Per district, fine, even per district. Do you think they are getting the vote in that scenario? Like, you have to collect the vote together, right? So like, and there has to be a Dalit seat. Okay, there is a Dalit seat. Okay. Per district, there's a Dalit seat. There is also a Brahmin seat in that scenario. There's an OBC seat. Both of these, no, you have to have equal representation. Even in this scenario, you still need to have equal representation. You can't switch oligarchy from one oligarchy to another. That is not the goal here. The goal is equal representation. Do you get? So the Dalit just gets outvoted. Do you think that helps? Also, in India currently, there are vote banks. Are you not aware of vote banks? Like, okay, you have, like, there is identity politics even in that scenario. Like, okay, there is just one seat. There is just one seat for here. There's a Dalit over there. And like the Dalit guy is representing only his very constituency because they are the ones getting him to vote. Like, it's like within the village. It becomes a vote bank. That vote bank exists. You still don't have people talking about like being anti-casteist. Okay, one district, GC seat, OBC seat, SC seat, only GC votes, only OBC votes and OBC. Sure. So how do you calculate the vote then? Final vote. Like, do you think in this scenario a GC seat and the OBC seat are going to vote for the SC/ST seat? Like, vote similarly? Yes or no? Do you know some of the SCs are racist against, castes against STs, and they are not going to vote for the STs? Casteism in India is not what explained the question. No, like, if you have all of these seats, okay, you have 4 seats for the district's management. GC, OBC, SC, ST get the seat, and like they are talking together. Whatever the ST says is rejected by the GC, OBC, and SC. Whatever the SC says, hence, is also rejected by GC and OBC, even if it's in favor of ST. ST is going to reject that because SC rejected ST's vote or discussion topic. How do you combine that? How do you get anything to happen? Don't get into superstition here. We are not talking about superstition. So no, have Dalit opinion and all UCs bulldoze bills. No, have a Dalit opinion. Have a Dalit opinion. I'm not saying don't have a Dalit opinion. You can have reservation, like, hey, you need a Dalit person here. You can have it. The point here is that the shit is not going to be solved because you have more representation. I need you to realize this, that the representation issue or the voice issue or the opinion issue is not going to be solved by just increasing the number of seats or having a separate electorate. How this is solved is by, I'm saying only SCOBC can vote for reserved seats. No, sure. But that seat gets neglected when it goes to the parliament. Do you realize that? Because the inherent casteism doesn't go away. The question I'm trying to present here is, or rather the answer I'm trying to present here is, how do you then have, okay, listen, if you have equal amount of seats here, OBCs are inherently casteist as well towards Dalits. They get outvoted immediately. Like majority of cases, like casteist cases, are from OBC background. Like the criminals there or the accused are from the OBC background. Because they themselves play into the whole casteism thing where they are higher than someone, so they're going to oppress the minority. How about we have a House of Lords like UK and it's filled by the experts and minority leaders to review the bill? That makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. But having said that, separate electorate is not going to solve the issues. Like, okay, I want to ask you this one thing. Is your issue casteism or is your issue getting more representation? I guess add OBCs and GCs, then I think Dalit people don't get to choose their representatives. They don't. And it is sad. And that is through casteism. Like, answer me this. Is your goal to get more representation or is your goal to get more, like less casteism overall or eliminate casteism as in general? Like, I'm going to wait. I'm asking chosen. My issue is legit representation chosen by Dalits, not Murmur who like Murmurs. Yeah, no, sure. Like, again, she came in from BJP. Like, voting for BJP is stupid, no matter who's the representative. See, voting for BJP is stupid, no matter the representative. Let me get that very straight. BJP is inherently casteist. They have casteist laws. They are affiliated with RSS, whose people are extremely biased themselves. So, Murmur coming up is not a surprise that she's going to be like the ideal Dalit candidate and they're going to use it like, look, we have a Dalit candidate. She's just there for the face. That is not what I'm getting at. I understand why you're pissed. I am pissed about that myself. What I am talking about and what I am trying to discuss with you is, what is your end goal? More representation or end to casteism? Because I am focused on not having casteism in the first place. If you just want more representation is already there. There is no way to make representation completely positive or like completely like, oh, Dalit people get to choose their Dalit representative and their representative get the value that they deserve. There is no way to do that because you are not addressing the issue of casteism. Equal representation regardless of population, and you choose your representation. Yes, sure. But how do you assess this fact that equal representation happens and then your representatives get listened to? How about we have like one election only, Dalit candidate, Christian candidate? We are never getting to the end of that cycle. There's like hundreds and thousands of people. So UCs who maintain the system would remove casteism. I would rather say the system halt. System halt. Okay. UCs are not going to remove the system they were doing for 2000 years. They need to be forced into it. But does that mean you don't even try? OBC, SC, ST get veto, so OBC get to do casteism and veto out SCs. Do you think OBCs are not casteist against SCs and STs? Like, yeah, UCs are casteist. Do you think OBCs are not? Also, there comes the whole play with religion as well. Who decides in the matter of Muslims then? Muslims also have caste. If system halts until they come to an agreement, a lot of people die. It may be like from Dalits to like UC survive because they have more money overall, but a lot of poor people die. The proletariat class suffers. Do you want more poor people to die? You want to halt the system so everyone can come to an agreement. Until then, like what happens to rations? Yes, Muslims have caste too. Christians have caste too. I said Muslim SC get... No, Muslims have SC STs as well. So Muslim SC STs get it too left for the sake of brevity. Okay. So what if they want a separate vote then? Okay, so now we have 4 votes for OBC, 1 for UC, 1 for OBC, 1 for SC, 1 for ST. Another 4 votes for 1 for Muslim UC, Muslim OBC, Muslim SC and Muslim ST. Same for Christian. All of that. How do Dalits truly choose a representative then? Listen. You are focused here on identity politics. Dalits, if they choose to do identity politics in this scenario, while it is fair for them to think so that it will help, it is not going to. Because identity politics, I don't think UCs want to abolish caste. I don't think so either. They need to be made to do it. We need revolution of knowledgeable people to do it. Caste dynamics are taught. Sure, whoever. At least we need to try, no? No, we are not the white saviors or anything. First of all, brown. Second of all, I don't care. I don't have a savior complex on, I think that's stupid. No, you can call it stupid as much as you want. The problem is never representation in this scenario. The root of the problem is casteism. Casteism comes out because people are taught to be casteist. Casteism is not a natural phenomena that a baby born is like, oh, this baby is casteist. Look, it's in his genes. You think that's a natural phenomena? Is this a bioessential thing that a baby is born, his UC family is going to be casteist no matter who raises it? No. The point here is that that India never really focused on social education as a matter of, but we are taught caste anyway. That is the problem. That is what I'm getting at. Indians are from birth to death taught that caste is important, you need to be casteist. It goes down to social education. Since 1947, name me the amount of anti-caste programs that were run in schools. There aren't. Also, babies are not racist, yeah. Like Dexter, I'm sorry, babies are not racist. There are literally no anti-caste programs in India. As a child, I was taught to not hate different religions. I was never taught to not hate different caste. Man, casteism, sorry, they are atheists but follow casteism. Yeah, I know. UCs didn't run them. What UCs did? Yeah, that is the whole point I'm getting at. UCs didn't run them. You want to blame UCs for it? Go right ahead. I blame them myself. But are you now going to cry about it and be like, no, the only option is more representation, which is not going to fix the ground realities, or focus on something that will actually fix the ground realities? The only thing that works is social education. More representation doesn't do shit. More representation would have fixed UP then. I am not asking you to entrust Nazis to eradicate Nazism. I am asking you to do it ourselves. I am not asking the RSS to do it. I am not. But I am sure shot gonna try. Now, because I was born a UC, if you want to call me a Nazi, sure, go ahead. That is not going to stop me from trying. Like, for example, do you think the anti-black, I have biases? Sure, you might have biases. You can work on them. Listen, you can call me a Nazi all you want. I don't care. You can call anyone a Nazi. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I don't want casteism. Casteism I see as a root of these issues. No, I know you're not calling me a Nazi. It is fine. But we have to address the issue. We have to address the issue within our own communities. If we never address the issue, how is this going to change? Like tomorrow, you get the entire government to be Dalits. Just Dalits, no one else. Does it change casteism within the people on ground? No, it doesn't. Because that needs social education. I have in school been taught to hate lower caste people. I didn't know what caste was. I didn't know whose caste was what. I didn't know the concept. And yet RSS people would come and teach us to hate lower caste people. That is the situation in most UC communities. I need you to realize that. I am not here to be the poster child for getting like Dalit followers or any followers, or to like saying the random shit like, oh no, we need more representation. That doesn't do shit. UP is still a shithole. They have the most representation per capita. Dalit voices should be more important than ours. No. The fuck? Do you live in a sovereign federal country? Or do you live, are you just living to like your white savior guilt or something is going to be like, no, pushing forward this idea like, oh no, because the oppressed are oppressed, so that's why they should have more rights here in this situation. No, in the movement. Do you have like, yeah, Hindu Khatar mein hai RSS se, that is true. Like, do you have a white guilt, like white women, some like white people sometimes do towards black people, or that is a form of racism itself? See, there are various different arguments we can make on this point to get better representation, better, not more. Better representation for people, equal say in matters. But that needs you to concur with the fact that everyone is equal. No one is big or small. At the end of the day, everyone is human. everyone has an equal right and equal say. When that happens, that is the time when we can say that, oh, there is no more casteism. We can have reparations, we can have all of that, but say remains equal. So what are the steps? First of all, address your own biases, pro and against, for one, and start talking to people who will have biases, one after the other. I know it is small, I know it doesn't matter right now, like, oh, you change the mind of 2 people, 3 people, 4 people. I know it feels like it doesn't matter, but it does to the people they interact with. Fixing one person's life is far better than fixing no one's life. No to abolish caste. I don't care about caste, I care about casteism. Like, I don't want to abolish religion. I don't want, like, what is the word for religion? Antitheism or antitheist. Like the racism against religion. That is what I'm getting at. You want to keep caste. I don't care. Just as much as a person who is a Hindu or a Muslim are equal to me, or a Christian are equal to me, similarly, no matter the caste, it doesn't matter. No, like, why would we keep caste? See, doesn't matter. Caste itself is a social construct. Caste itself is a construct to protect class differences. Is to keep UCs on the top and Dalits at the bottom. When you stop giving it power, it goes away on its own. If you fight it, it reinforces itself. UC नहीं सुधरे, high time quality education, medical education and scientific temper should be provided to SC/SC ताकि वो revolt कर सके. UC नहीं सुधरने वाले. So do you expect us like to start like mass murdering UCs just for that matter? Like, just take every child, baby or whatever and just throw him in a well and then put gasoline and burn them. Is that what you're explaining? So what does this revolt entail? What does this revolt entail for you? Does this revolt have killing everyone or no? No, revolt पे mass murder होगा कहाँ लिखा है? Sure. No, there is no, like, revolt पे mass murder नहीं लिखा है. But if UCs are not gonna get better, how do you deal with that issue? Because that issue still exists. And other than mass murder, how do you deal with that issue? Like, think practically here. How do you deal with that issue? Because casteism will still exist. Like, जितना revolt करना है उतना revolt कर लो. How do you solve that issue? Fair, equal representation. How do you solve the issue in that scenario with respect to casteism within the vote shares? Revolt to ban caste system. Okay. How do you... So you ban caste system. How do you stop UCs from still practicing it? Caste is not like a legal thing, by the way. Like, for you people, like, if you're thinking that caste is a legal thing, it's a legal barrier. It is not. It's a social barrier. The people of different castes are kept down socially, not legally. Legally, everyone is equal in the eyes of the law. Casteism happens on a social level. If you are denied a job because your caste is this, they don't give a legal reason. Like, no, this person is Dalit. This person is Chamar. We are not going to give this him a job. Caste happens on a social level. If lower castes are wealthy enough, it doesn't solve anything. The wealthy caste people still get assaulted, still get denied jobs. Wealth doesn't matter. A certain amount of wealth does override the caste bias, but that is you saying that, okay, we still need to have class difference then. You're just replacing UCs with Dalits. It is a caste. I'm using it in terms of a caste. I'm not using it in terms of a like a negative connotation. They call themselves that. Like, I'm not using the N word here. If lower caste is, well, like, everything must be approved by marginalized caste. Okay, so that itself becomes a class issue or a representation issue. So you are just replacing UCs with Dalits. How does that help? The casteism doesn't go away. It just flips. जब SC OBC they take over the jobs, all the majority positions, तब caste system खत्म होगा. No, it will just flip. First of all, OBCs themselves are casteist. SCs are casteist against STs. Then also there is like a religion dynamics here. Flipping the caste system on its head is not going to stop casteism, by the way. What you're basically suggesting is, like, say in situation with Israel Palestine, for example, the situation should flip and Palestinians should go on a murder quest. उसके लिए education provide करना पड़ेगा. What kind of education? Basically, you're telling me that flipping the system is not going to help you, like, at all, ever. Because then you're still maintaining the, like, system itself. You're not removing the system. Think about it. I am imploring you to think about this. You need to figure out a way, take this as your homework. RSS ko illegal karo sari. No, it doesn't. Like, RSS is the disease, I understand, but RSS came because of the issues. Social scientific temper badhana padega. Social education. No, scientific temper has nothing to do with it. Let me just be clear. There is enough scientific temper. Scientific temper doesn't deny casteism in India. Like, social education does. There is no social education in India. There's no social education. I was literally taught to hate caste, like lower caste people. I'm not kidding. I had like a lecture that we were called in like this big auditorium, all the UCs, and they were like, go hate on the lower caste people. I am not kidding. This literally happened to me. Critical thinking, yes. Social education. That's fair point that the distinction still stays. But the point is that Dalits don't get to choose their representatives. Okay, listen. I think about this a little bit more deeply. Go one layer deep here. Why don't Dalits get to choose their representatives? Why the Dalits that get chosen are always like the ones that claim ideal minority? This is the same thing with the Catholic Church in India. The reason here, which I think is casteism. Casteism that is inherent within the social fabric of society. Casteism which is inherent within the social fabric of society. And to remove that, we need social education, which has never been even tried. Scientific temper badhana padega to mandir ka ek, it doesn't matter. People who don't go to the temple are also casteist in India. Because everybody votes and UCs vote for amenable ones. Yes, but why? Go down layers, please. You want to address the issue, you need to go one step below. Keep going till you reach the end point here. One thing that I personally do practice. No, okay, yeah, there it is, Muslim caste. Yeah. One thing I personally practice here, and I need you to listen clearly, is the 5Y system. I like 5Y system. Let me finish. The 5Y system that I practice is like 5WHY system. You take a premise, you ask why that premise happens 5 times at least, minimum 5 times. you get to the solution on why this happens. And you have to be very honest and you have to do the research on why like answering the whys. In this scenario, the reason, like what I get to is inherent casteism. That casteism is within the fabric of India, which has never been addressed about. More representation, even more reservation has not helped. Why has that not helped? That does not help because we never address the inherent casteism. We think that a better economic policy, a better socio-economic status with respect to the wealth and capital of a person, or even education of a person, will end up into uplifting the entire society of that caste, or the entire populace within that caste. That has not worked. That idea has not worked. So why has that not worked? Because casteism does not depend on the capital a person has. Casteism has started through a class difference. Do not get me wrong. Caste system was developed to provide protection of the class system. That is completely true. The issue here is that while that is true, the caste system has become a beast of its own, independent of the class system. It has ingrained as a bias within the people's mind. So how do you rectify that bias itself? Because if that bias is not rectified itself, there is no amount of representation, there's no amount of structural change that is ever going to help. Because when you are doing structural change, when you're providing more or less representation or veto powers, doesn't matter. You're putting a band-aid on a gash. These are not stitches. These are band-aids that you're putting. Because you're never addressing the issue that originates all of these problems. These problems do not originate from, oh, they have less representation. They do not come out because, oh, they are financially or educationally lower. They do not. They were kept financially and educationally weak. Not the fact that their financial and economic status is the resultant of that caste. Their financial and educational status hasn't resulted in the caste. The caste has kept them lower. So you have to identify the caste and why that happens. That happens because Indians are taught to maintain the caste system. Indians need to be taught to not maintain the caste system. There needs to be social education against that caste system. There needs to be social education from it. Why would people, even people in power, especially not, who have maintained caste for 2000 years, care to socially educate? Well, they were trying, at least in Congress times. See, if you want to paint every single person of a caste with the same brush, fine. I'm not going to push back on this because you're painting everyone with the same brush. But people who address this issue wasn't really trying to be real. Yes, it wasn't. I don't give them any credit on that, but they still tried a little bit. See, if you want to paint everyone with the same brush, sure. That is your prerogative. I'm not going to be like, no, you can't do that. That is your prerogative. Do it if you want. The point that I'm trying to make here is, do you want to do social education of people, or do you want to not change the system? We have to start somewhere. By your conversation, I think you're a UC too. We have to start somewhere. Someone has to be the caste traitor, let's say. Thank you for gifting this up to David. Someone has to be the class. You're underestimating caste. It will not disappear with class equality, said Ambedkar in early. That is what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. Like caste is not going to distribute with class equality or even equal representation. You have to address that point directly. You have to address that point directly by social education. There is literally no other way. Sarbo, you posted a burning pant for no nudies. Thanks. So basically you want nudies because no pant. Yeah, Burgess says rich people do not, you see, people don't care to eradicate caste. So what? So we don't try? So we don't try choosing? I mean, technically, I would be Burgess as rich UC person. Shirt stays on, yeah. So should we not try? Should we stop talking? We do this. We talk to people. We talk to as many people as possible. That is what social education means. We ask them to think. We ask them to give up their biases or just think more clearly about their biases. We ask them to address their issues. See, it's not easy. It's never going to be easy. It is always going to be hard. This is a 2,000-year-old system. But if I can teach my grandmother to not be casteist after 70 years of her being casteist towards most people, I think you can also speak to your family. Start there. And then we can talk about talking to your friends, other family, distant family. There are some people obviously who's never going to listen, but you have to try. You can't just put all the responsibility of no. Like we'll have more representation, which means we will have all the problems are solved. That's exporting your own responsibilities. There are people actively dying. Yeah, there are. So what? So you don't try? So what? So what? So do you just give up and not try even a little bit? I don't care if there are people actively dying. So to like say you talk to a random person, whoever, like maybe your aunt, and your aunt actually understands. And then she stops being casteist maybe to her neighbor or to her house help or to anyone. Does it not improve the situation at least a little bit? I know it's minuscule. I know it looks pointless. But does this not improve the situation at least a little bit? Where at least one person gets a better experience out of this. See, if that is what you feel, then I really can't change that, because in my personal opinion, even a little bit of a change is still better than none. I'm not going to give you like whole speeches that we are going to change the whole world here and now. I know there are people actively dying. I know we can do all of the social education, the like making sure that news is covered every single day. We can do all of that. But it doesn't matter as long as the ground realities don't change. Where people like, for example, your aunt give a better life or give a better experience to the next caste person they see. And by just by not being casteist. I'm sorry, I don't know your aunt. Maybe your aunt is the nicest person in the world. Like, I'm sorry. The point I'm trying to make here is, what is the use of sitting on your ass and then crying about there are people dying here and there? There are like people of caste dying at UC violence, by guns, by whatever. If you're not even willing to change a little bit, if you're not even willing to try a little bit, you want to be part of a pan-India movement? Sure. Who makes that pan-India movement? Who makes that pan-India movement? It's better because you feel good about it. It's better for people facing the burnt of it. Do you think a person being treated with respect is not feeling better about it? I believe in policies. Sure, you believe in policies, but a caste is not a political issue. It's not. It's a social issue. People thinking caste is a political issue is how we have reached to a situation where caste is never addressed. Do you really think ground realities change for people just because you have a different policy in hand? Seriously, I'm being very, very I'm not being suspicious about this. Do you think all of these policies that are made are actually helping people on ground? We need social... Yes, I agree. We need social revolution. How does that social revolution happens? When people like you and me do something about it to the best of our abilities. You want to achieve this by what? Burning down the system? Go for it. But start somewhere. Other people can still be casteist to that person. Our aunt is not being casteist too, and he could die the very next day. Yeah, they can. They 100% can. But then you don't stop at your aunt. You tell your aunt to tell other people. You tell your aunt to tell other people to not be casteist. That's how you build a movement. Yeah, by building a movement. That's how you build a movement. You tell 3 people to not be casteist. You convince them and ask them to tell 3 more people to not be casteist. That is the simplest way I can explain this to you. That is the simplest way I can explain how to have a revolution. Or we could just have Dalit Panthers. Do you think the Black Panthers changed so much in America that there is no casteism anymore? Sorry, no racism anymore? Do you think Dalit Panthers had the impact that you want, that you kind of see in American policies? Thank you for the follow. Lesser Pink. Do you think Dalit Panthers had that much impact in America as much as the constant education policy that addressed racism in children in schools? Do you know that Black Panthers in America, the Black Panther Party in America, was not the only thing that determined that black people in America don't face racism. It also was speeches and the social education through Martin Luther King. It was also schools in America after the whole thing teaching about equality between the races. That was also a big part of it. You can have Dalit Panthers in India as much as you want. It is not going to change the casteism that UCs and OBCs feel within their families, because it is taught to them by their parents and them by their parents, and they are going to teach to their children. We need to address this at a extremely child level, where everyone needs to taught that there is no such thing as casteism. There shouldn't be. We should educate our younger generation so they don't have to face our problems. Yes, that is social education. This needs to happen in schools. See, I can't save the hundreds and thousands of people dying right now. Right now. I say the same thing about rapes that happen against women, the assaults and murders. I can't save everyone. There is no amount of revolution you can do to save everyone right now. There is no amount of laws that you can make. No, anti-caste laws, anti-racist laws, rape laws. You can't make those because people who do all of that shit don't read the Constitution. Because they already are there. Yeah, our teachers were casteist. I literally had teachers telling me that I need to be casteist. My teachers used to tell me that. People who do casteism Don't look at the books, like the constitution, to check, oh, laws, oh, I can't be casteist, I'm sorry. People who rape, don't look at the laws like, oh, this is anti-rape law, I shouldn't rape. The society doesn't look at the constitution before committing crimes because they don't care. They just do it because they haven't been taught otherwise. They have been taught to do it. Misogyny is still taught. No, I don't think people in power care, and I don't think we are enough to matter. Well, people in power don't care. That is true. And you don't think we are enough to matter. Fine. So what do you think? What do you suggest we do? What do you suggest we do? So जब तक मंदिर है तब तक कास्ट रहेगा और लोग डोनेट करके तो पावरफुल बनेंगे और okay, sure. I always say we have the numbers. We do have the numbers. I'm asking choosing for this because I've seen this. This is doomerism. I am trying to address the doomerism in choosing right now. You are not wrong. We have the numbers. So it's choosing seriously. So what do you think you and me should do if you don't have the numbers? Like, what do you think we should do? Yeah, also, yeah, David, that's not how caste works. Yeah. Please address why you think caste works like that. That is your homework. It's not always about temples. Seriously choosing, how do you think we change the issues? How do you think we address the material here? What are we supposed to do, you and me? I'm not even talking about friend of a friend. I'm not talking about David. I'm not talking about Lesa Ping. I'm not talking about Mackay. What should you and me do? Them getting a chosen forget them getting a chosen representative. You just said power doesn't care. If power doesn't care, they're not getting one. What do you think you and me should do? Personally, you and me. The reservation is a political, it is political band-aid to a social problem. Organize, protect. Okay. But you just said we don't have the numbers. If you don't have the numbers, how are you going to organize and protect? Also, I'm going to get the map away. That's white guilt, by the way. We organize with Dalits and act as a shield. Okay. Do we have the numbers, though? You keep saying, give arms to everyone. Yeah, that worked very well for America. You act as a shield. And what? How are you addressing casteism then? No, it's not. It's literally what JVP does. Sure. You act as a shield, and how do you address casteism in UCs? Does it solve casteism? You acting like a shield solves casteism? And I need a posture check. Also, with respect to the JVP, the situation is worse than us. But do you think with respect to the JVP, even if they put their bodies between themselves and Palestinians, do you think that it is ever going to get the Israeli public to stop hating Palestinians? But that is a question for later. Sure, we can talk to UCs, but Dalits need protection. Sure. But I am not talking about change with respect to like, oh, you're at a protest and now you're going to give protection to them or put your bodies and not let the government oppress them. I'm trying to address the root of this. No, JVP from Jewish protection something. Like, if I'm not wrong. Jewish Voices for Peace. Is that what you mean? Yeah, Jewish Voices for Peace. Do you think it's going to stop the government or the UC mob from harming Dalits? Do you think just providing protection is going to stop the mob, the RSS, the Hindutva Raj, basically, oppressing Dalits? Yes or no? Like, do you think that's going to be the case? It would hinder, but will it stop? Like, you're like, okay, you are doing harm reduction. I agree. Harm reduction is important. But your end goal, slowly it will stop. Okay. How will it stop? You think more and more people will join you? Or will it like change people's thinking that in a UC household, people will start being like, no, we shouldn't do casteism? Or will it end up in the scenario where they will just look at you and be like, look, she died, she's getting beaten up. And why would she ever do that? Is she stupid? Kind of like that. Advocate, organize, protect. Okay. What does advocate mean? And what does organize mean? Even in your scenario. Protect, I agree with you. Like doing JVP shit is perfectly fine. That is not against what I'm saying. But in your scenario, what does advocate mean? Anti-casteism drives. Okay. What is an anti-casteism drive? What does an anti-casteism drive mean? Like in a general sense. What is the term that means that encompasses an anti-casteism drive? We are. You and me. Right now. Why do you think I'm here? Why do you think I do this? You're saying individualized, I'm saying organized. No, I'm not saying individualized. I am saying start small. If you don't know what it's like to talk to a UC person who has been indoctrinated into caste, how are you ever going to organize something so big and not fall into the pits of casteism itself, like advocating something wrong? Because if you don't have even like personal experience talking to someone who has who is doing casteism right now. Also, by the way, anti-casteism drive also means individualized effort. Just saying. Everyone needs to practice what they organize for. Like, okay, if I'm organizing for BDS and I'm the one drinking Coke every day, do you think my organization matters? No, see, if you think separate electorate is good because other reservation literally, this is literally a normal seat, sure, fine, I don't care. I still think it's a bad idea. If you think it's a good idea, fine, that is okay. It doesn't matter. But that doesn't solve casteism. You want to have that? Have that. I don't care right now. My care right now is casteism. My care right now is the next generation. My care right now is the students that are being taught that they need to practice casteism. My care right now is helping Indian social fabric. After that is achieved, you want separate electorate? Go right ahead. I don't care. That's literally Black Panthers mixed with JVP. Sure. Having a separate electorate, I still don't think it's a good idea. Just because Jewish Voices of Peace exist and Black Panthers exist doesn't mean it's a good idea for India. Because even caste, like even Dalits, have their different groups. But all of that later. But how do you organize for that? How do you do the anti-casteism drive? Do you just talk about it on the internet, or do you have something personal in that as well? Do you go on ground about it? Then you try to address casteism about it, yes or no? Because, okay, think about it this way. If you want separate electorates, you need to convince 2/3 majority in the parliament to have a separate electorate. You can try doing violently, but that ends up like how Maoists end up. India is not a country where you can do an armed revolution without balkanizing it immediately or dying for it. So, how do you manage to do it? In my opinion, what you do is start electing people that are going to have a positive effect on the social fabric of India. That will eliminate casteism, which will end up eliminating all of these protectionist policies, because there would be no casteism to address. This is also my argument for anti-reservationists, by the way. Reservation exists because you're doing casteism. You stop doing casteism, reservation ends itself, because it becomes completely pointless, because it's an affirmative action. It is to fight against the negative impact of casteism. The separate electorate itself was an argument put forth. To eliminate casteism. Though it's never going to work, because a political solution is never going to address a social problem. Because even like you can have as many political solutions as you want. You can have like a reservation policy where everyone in the government is of a Dalit background. On ground, nothing changes, like ever. That is my argument. If I was taught to be casteist as a child, and if I can get out of it, anyone can. Because I'm not even kidding. I'm not lying to you. I can give you the literal details or where this program was organized. Where we were all taken together, sat together, children who did not know what caste was. Forget, like, I did not even know that we have to ask people for surnames. Like when I used to say my name and that is it. That is all the breadth of information I needed about someone is like their name, what to call them. Fuck, I didn't even know most of their names. I would call them my friends. I didn't even know their names. That's ADHD for you. And I was sat down with like a bunch of my friends basically at that point. And we were told, you have to be casteist. We were told in very sweet language, saying like, look, reservation in India exists. And the reason why you should be against it is because they are cutting up your seats. Like, You are left, after all that reservation cutting, you are left with half a seat per individual. You know the effect that had on my friends? Extremely negative. You know that effect that had on me? Extremely negative. I'm not going to say I wasn't casteist myself. I was. I became casteist after that. I went from someone who did not know, forget casteism, even caste exists, or even my caste was, to becoming casteist and having those same speaking points as the teacher that was there to teach us over the course of 12 hours. I was mimicking what the person said to me. I still remember it very fairly. Like, I remember it very clearly, sorry. This is the situation that is going on. Now, do you think I was born that way? Do you think the problem here in this, at least in my situation, is that I am still casteist or what? Like, I'm never going to advocate for anti-casteism, or I'm always going to be casteist because I was born this way, and all of the education that happened in that scenario was for like just awakening this hidden racism in me or hidden casteism in me. Do you think that was the scenario? If yes, then fair. Like, there is no argument I can make in that scenario, because then you're just painting me with a broader brush, which is like painting everyone here with a broader brush. I believe, and seeing a lot of my friends as well come out from that shithole and end up being like really amazing individuals who are themselves anti-casteist while going through all of this. And I've seen people who go deep down in this whole shit and start believing whatever the teacher was telling. See, caste differences are taught. Children don't start being casteist. Like, even your parents, even the most casteist people, even Sai Deepak, even Modi, even, I don't know, Amit Shah or who are Advani, they didn't start off as people who hated lower caste people. They didn't start off as being against minorities. The parents teach casteism. Yeah, like, okay, listen, I grew up without parents. So I wasn't really taught by caste. Like, my introduction to caste wasn't parents. Like this is my situation. That is what I'm talking about. Parents did teach casteism. Yes, true. So how do you solve that issue? Because the parents were teaching casteism, and the parents were taught casteism by their parents and by their parents and their parents, and it kept going on for, say, 2000 years. So how do you address this fact? Because the parents are never going to stop teaching casteism to their children. I got lucky by parents not teaching me casteism because they were not there. Like, dead and all. And abusive. They didn't have time between beating me. So how do you stop teaching, like, how do you stop the parents from teaching their children casteism? You make sure, like, I'll just answer that. You make sure that the children have another someone to teach them how not to be casteist. They have another person, maybe a teacher, maybe a friend, maybe someone whose name is Chosen, maybe someone's like Chosen's aunt in this scenario. Tell them, don't be casteist, because that's wrong. I understand what your parents have taught you. I understand, but I'm sorry, your parents are still wrong. I mean, don't say they're wrong. Children don't respond to that well. to influence them into being not casteist. So when they grow up, even if they grow up with this duality on whether to be casteist or not casteist, they can be taught. They can be taught, and they can teach their children either the duality or to not be casteist. Then this cycle ends. This series of chain links end. You can't save everyone in India right now, but you can sure shot make sure that the next generation does not face the issues we do. We already grew up. Kinda is late for us. And I know I say this like being in an extremely privileged position myself, but no amount of laws are going to change the situation here. Like, fuck, I'm a UC man. I shouldn't be saying this, I guess, but no amount of laws are ever going to change the fact that when people commit crimes, when people are castists, they're separatists, they are fascists, they don't look at the law book. We don't have constitution taught to us. People who murder don't look at the book saying, hey, what this is the like punishment for murder, so I shouldn't. They like I'm sorry, Anmaf, I'll come to you. Like people who rape, rapists, the vilest creatures don't look at the law books being like, no, the rape punishment is like so and so years. They just do it. People who are castists don't look for the law books, the anti-caste laws, and being like, oh no, casteism is bad because it's written in the law book. They need to be taught. And plus, most casteism in India is not even so open. Like, I'm going to be casteist against you. It is subtle. It is the tone of the voice. It is how you speak to them. It's the words you choose. Do you choose to make them uncomfortable? Do you deny them position, jobs, or education because of whatever, and then give a weird reason on the side? To be like, oh, we are denying your job because you haven't met the criteria, but the real reason would be casteism. There's no way to prove this. All of this fixes when we teach people to not be casteist, to not look at caste, to not adhere to the Brahminical values of segregation. Where did the caste system come from in India? The caste system was developed to protect the class system. Brahmins, who were the richest, developed the caste system to keep their power within the region, their social and political power. But now, through the ages, caste system has become ingrained within the social fabric, which means that because of it, it has now somewhat independent of even the social structure, like the class structure of India. Go to sleep. Have a great rest of the stream. Shit. Oh yeah, we'll keep doing this. I still need to record the video. I completely forgot. You know how many topics we have covered? The topics, the fact that we have to cover. Like, we didn't cover LPG, we didn't cover Iran, Israel. We were just doing and more fun. Congrats. Yeah, that's like literally all my streams at this point. The stream is so unique. We started from discussing fetishes and now solving casteism, lol. Yeah, I guess this is an ADHD stream at the end of the day. We can do it tomorrow. Yes, we can, I think. Yeah. Anyway, does this answer a question, choosing? Because see, everyone here is important to me. And it's 3 AM here. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. It's also late here. Like, does this make sense to you? See, I'm not gonna... I love talking to you. You are one of the nicest Indian men I know. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good night, Makke. Bye-bye. Sure, it's just bleak. I know it's bleak, but this is what I talk about when we talk about like the Praja socialism in India. Like, this is what I talk about socialism in India. It is also super bleak. Like, none of the ideologies I aspire to have in India, may it be anti-casteism, may it be socialism, may it be even communism, are good or possible. Like, I talk about social welfare choosing. I talk about social welfare choosing. I talk about equal pay. I talk about minimum possible income in India. I talk about political education with respect to political ideologies. Did you not realize they are also super bleak? We are not just fighting a current, we are fighting a tsunami. Every single thing in India, from the propaganda videos that are run by the BJP, from every time his face is there, from interpersonal dynamics between Indians today, from the grift economy that has been forced onto us, from the freebie argument that keeps repeating in cycles by every single politician, every single streamer, every single not every single streamer, let me get not that, sorry, my bad, sorry Arun, sorry Kairos, every single influencer, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter. See what we are fighting here now? It looks bleaker. See, if you can have hope about that, have hope about this. I understand what we are facing. There is one way out. There's one way out. It is like, there's a good chance. Do you think I gonna get arrested if you go back to India? Oh, you are okay right now, and your family get arrested? Yes, I have a secret tool in that scenario. Iron Muff. I have a secret. I have a very super secret power in this scenario. Like, at least considering half of that question. No, not go to Ireland. Like, they can, like, if I get big enough, they can kill me extrajudicially. Like, first of all, I don't care because I don't care. And second of all, the super secret power is I don't have a family. Ha 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 ha. To worry about. I really don't. I'm not lying when I said my mom died. My father was abusive. I don't care. That's the super secret power I have. If I go back to India, there's a good chance I do get arrested. There's a very good chance I do get arrested. We're talking about a fascist government. Like, that has like, there is, how is the law different of like law of freedom of speech? There is no freedom of speech. There is no freedom of speech. The shit that I'm talking about can literally get me arrested with the UAPA. The UAPA law states that you as a person has to prove that you are not guilty, which is, and proving a negative is nearly impossible. So there is a 100% conviction rate with the UAPA. Plus, they don't even have to hold the like judicial procedure. That's what they're doing with Umar Khalid. They are not even putting the holding the judicial court hearing. They are just keeping him in jail, moving the court date further and further. They don't, like, there's no freedom of speech. I am lucky to be in Europe. I am lucky to be in Europe and have this platform with you nice people here. But that doesn't mean I'm out of the weeds. That does not mean I'm out of the weeds. They can still get to me. However, they killed a person in Canada. My door is always open in Norway. I know. But like, again, they killed a person in like Canada, by the way. Just saying. Extrajudicially. I have a home here as well. I have a partner here as well. That is not the problem. They don't need to do any of this to actually like hurt someone. It's quite easy, especially to hurt an NRI. NRI means non-resident Indian. People don't realize that. Because if they can just cancel my passport. If they cancel my passport and I'm living with you, you're harboring a terrorist technically. No, I don't have Polish citizenship. It's not that easy. If I had Polish citizenship, I would be a Polish person, like Polish citizen. I wouldn't have an Indian passport. Then all of this becomes pointless. Like all of this me yapping about. I'm still an Indian. I'm not going to give up being an Indian this easy anyway. Like, I'm really not. Like, I'm not. I know this is scary, but I'm trying to show you that while this is scary, I still love India. Surprising, I know. I will never be able to return, but I still love it. I still love the fact I have a connection. It's weird, I know. It's very fucking weird. See, if I didn't love it, I wouldn't do any of this. Like, do you think me staying here 4+ hours is like, I'm gonna get any money out of this? No, it's not for money. While I do such like okay, maybe you'll say I'm doing this for a new chair. Sure, whatever. I'm doing this to talk to you guys, Sarbo, because I'm sure, whatever. But no, I do this because I still love my country. I still love my people. I don't want it to be fascists. Me leaving the citizenship and taking Polish citizenship is like, I don't know, someday. I don't know that. I'm not doing it now. Or maybe ever. Because after all of this, I still love my country. I want to be proud being an Indian. I mean, I love West Bengal, even though I don't want to see a single person I have known. Yeah, I know, me too. I really don't care if you're a terrorist. I live in part of Norway. Saying, oh, okay, hellbillies with a lot of guns. I'm pretty sure. Thank you so much. That means a lot. Don't worry. But I'm being very clear. They can just name me one. Like at this point, I can just go to Svalbard. By the way, they can take me out from there. Svalbard. Once you get in, and I have some connections, maybe I can get a job there. It's a visa-free zone. Get there through Norway, and there's no fucking way they can come there. So. Hey, you missed the part of the stream where I invite you to abandon the sexist and join me instead. Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, Choosing is also here. Yeah, call me a misogynist. Yeah. So the thing is, Bliss, Katie wants you, like permanently. If you want to go there and talk, like work for her, I guess. I mean, you don't work for me technically, but we are having such a huge conversation. I did miss that. Yeah, I know. Like, okay, is Choosing here? Is Choosing here? Are you still here? Do you still hear me when I say that? Ask Katie. Also, speaking of, oh, hold on. Okay. Also, speaking of freedom, India fell from rank 157 to Pakistan 153 in Bangladesh. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. We are dying. We are dying every single time. I don't know how to fucking sing. Why did I put that in the first place? I thought I would get some practice when it comes to singing. I do not know how to sing, so I'm trying with Sarchu in the back. Sarchu, you wanna give me a wow wow? You're gonna bork bork? No, he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to. I think your voice is beautiful. It doesn't matter because I still can't fucking sing. A good part of singing is picking songs that work in your range. Tell that to my singing teacher, Katie. My singing teacher keeps giving me songs I can't fucking sing. You know the song she's making me sing? Wait, Sarju. I'll end this, don't worry. Okay, give me a second. Sorry. I'll sing. Give me a second. I just need to stop the YouTube stream.